Mobile app, one of the most useful things we use in our lives. And today in this video, we're gonna make a mobile app which is currently available on App Store and Play Store. Means we're gonna make a complete production level mobile app from scratch. In this project series, I will show you how to implement advanced features such as push notifications, in-app purchase, advanced animation, and much more for your mobile app by using Expo React Native. I can say this is one of the most functional React Native mobile app projects on YouTube. So let's see a quick short demo of what we're going to build from today. And here you go. This is our mobile app here. You are watching the mobile app from the outside. This is our icon for the mobile app. You can currently find out the mobile app inside Google Play Store and Apple App Store. Okay. And if you're watching this video, today is 16th November. So if you're watching the video like 17th November or 18th November, first time you'll definitely get this inside App Store because it's already available in App Store. But for the Play Store, it's in like under review process. So you will get this within the like next 3 or 4 days because it's always takes some time for the first time when we upload app inside Google Play Store and Apple App Store. But Apple App Store one is approved right now. So we can go to Apple App Store and you can just search for Becodemy. You will find out this app. Okay. And if you're watching this video after 2 or 3 days, like after uploading the videos after 2 or 3 days, then you can also search this inside Play Store. You will also find out this app. Okay. Inside Play Store. Perfect. So before actually entering to the app, I just want to show you an interesting thing. Suppose I am just, praising in this ChatGPT app. Then notice what is this is showing: remove app, share app, and edit home screen. But when I am doing the same thing with Becodemy app, notice an interesting thing is here, and that is wait, don't delete me. So this is so interesting how it's working, right? It's on custom widgets. You will don't find out this inside other apps. Notice? No, it's not here in DJI Fly or the booking app, booking.com. But you will find out this inside Becodemy. So this is actually we are using here on custom widgets. We can not just this support center, you can add here anything, whatever you want. You can customize these widgets. Okay. I will show you this in this video series that how can you also implement this similar type of features. Okay. Now let's enter to our app. And right now you will notice this is our onboarding screen. Okay. It's a very interesting screen. Why it's interesting screen? Notice when I am swiping it with my fingers, it's interacting with me. This is on liquid swiper animations, and notice the second onboarding screen data is coming here. So this is a really very cool animations and really interesting animations. When I'm going to the next one, then notice it's something like this. So it's looking so beautiful. We can do something like this. Okay, I will show you that how can we implement this type of complex animations inside your React Native projects. All right, and that's it. Then after that, if I click this next, then this will show me that join to Becodemy, and it's offering me that 3 authentication system as like our website one, the Becodemy website one. So here, if I click Google, then it will tell me this is the Google account. So I am just choosing one of my Google account and I am just pressing continue. And here you go. This time the app is inside the home screen. Perfect. And this time I just have on course here. And about this course, I'll talk with you later. But this is our app home screen. This is the notification screen. And beautiful notification skeleton we have in here. And then that like notification filter, for example, courses, messages, and support center. And then we can come back here. And from here, this is our profile screen. So notice we have like we enrolled at 3 courses. So it's showing here something like that. Then also here it's the course leaderboard, then like the my tickets, and we can like talk with the customer support by just coming here. We can just write on message and then the admin can just reply that. Then you will get a push notification, what I will show you after some time. Yeah, that's it. And then we have this support center, beautiful screen. You can just create a ticket, or you can like see some FAQ, or you can also click this email. So then this will automatically take you inside your email app in your phone. But before talking about the rest of our mobile app, I just want to introduce with you to our first time professional mobile app development course. In this course, I will take you from the beginner mobile app developer to an expert mobile app developer. And in this full course, you will learn a lot of advanced things. Even the most important things are kind of like the everything what you have to know to become a professional mobile app developer. For example, we'll start with the basic of React Native, then we'll move to the how can you start with Expo, then what is difference between Expo and React Native, then we'll start with TypeScript. We'll do a lot of projects. We'll make project-based apps, something like music player. We'll implement Google Ad Mob there so that you can like earn some money by uploading your app inside Google Play Store and Apple App Store. And also at the end of the course, we will also make a complete AI language learning app, something like Practica or Duolingo. And definitely that will be a complete new app with our own Figma design so that we can publish that inside Google Play Store and Apple App Store, and we can implement some in-app purchase features. And definitely if you add some good features and if you upload those app inside App Store, Play Store, then you'll be able to earn some money with those apps. So that's it. And we have a lot of quizzes and assignments with this full courses. So this will make you a perfect mobile app developer. And the most interesting thing is that end of the every month, there will be a contest in this course. For example, you will just give contest with the other course enrolled students. I will just give on topic there. For example, suppose on food delivery mobile app or something similar like that, or like any unique idea, and you have to just make on mobile app with that idea. And who will make the best mobile app, that student will get a $200 or $500 gift bonus. So this is really interesting. You are just purchasing this course with just like $50. Currently, it's a very discounted price. For the end of the November, you will get this course with just $49.99. And then the course price will be again higher. So I'm highly recommending you, if you want to purchase this, then must purchase it before the November. This is just a discount for our all Becodemy student. And that's it. And also if you enroll this course, you will get a private chatting group where you can just talk with each other. It's completely as like Discord, but we have our own chatting features inside our Becodemy mobile app. After purchasing the course, you will be able to get access in that personal group so that you can talk with each other. Even you can also message me regarding any problem. So that's about actually the full course. You'll also get a certificate of completion. And the course will be definitely up-to-date course. It means when there is new topics is coming, I will definitely make an updated video there, and I will add that video inside this course. Okay, so you can just go to react-native.becodemy.com, or even you can also go to Becodemy website. Then in the banner, you will see our this course promotion. You can just click there, then that will automatically take you in this course landing page. Then you can just start learning. Okay. And from here, we have another beautiful feature, and that is suppose you are from a country, or suppose like your card is not working when you want to purchase this course. For example, you don't have an international card. Then you can just ask your friend to gift you this course. Okay, so you are just paying the money with your like own currency to your friend, which friend like have on like a international credit card or debit card, who can pay by using Stripe. Okay. So you are just sending money to him, and then he will just come here, he will just enter your email, and then he will finish the payment. You will get the course access in your email, and then you will be able to access the full course. That's it. So I am really highly recommending you this course if you want to become a professional mobile app developer, and if you want to build your career with mobile app development. So that's it. Right now we can get back to our app, and then I can just come back here from here, and this is settings. You can control the app theme. You can control the app notifications from here. Like, do you want to take the course updates notifications or not, or the support ticket response or not? So you can just customize your preferences from these settings. And then the privacy policy. This is our website privacy policy. And one thing I just want to mention with you, this is very, very important. And that is, notice the website is opening inside our Becodemy app. It's not taking me another URL. So this is very important. Why it's important? Because suppose you are adding an external URL inside your app, and you are taking your user to your app to another website or something like that. I mean, you are like taking the user outside of the mobile app. Then App Store and Play Store will don't approve your app. They will reject your app because this is completely like opposite of their policy. Okay. And same thing, you might be telling me that, okay, fine, we find that same thing inside other apps, but no, actually not. If you notice any app, then when you are opening any link that's opening inside the app, for example, this one, notice this is becodemy.com, but it's inside the Becodemy app. It's not going to like Safari or Google Chrome. So this is really interesting and this is really powerful. I'll show you that how can you implement this type of advanced features, this type of features, and this is very important when you want to upload an app in App Store or Google Play Store. The main thing in this tutorial series is that how can you actually build on production level mobile app that you can upload inside Google Play Store or even Apple App Store. Like we will give a lot of focus for the app responsive things, that how can we make our mobile app responsive for iPad or for like any type of devices, and how can we upload this app inside App Store or even Play Store. How can we implement that push notifications for like productions app. We will get push notifications in the background. So everything I will show you in this tutorial series. Then I'm just clicking these courses. This is like the popular courses. I just added here on courses. That's why it's just showing on courses, and here like some video lessons. We can just like, if you click here, then this will take you to the YouTube. Again, YouTube doesn't mean that this will take you to the YouTube website. Notice it's still inside Becodemy app. Perfect. So this is the power of web view actually, and this is our course details with a beautiful scale tone. From here, this is the course lessons, and then we can click this enter to course. I already purchased this course, that's why it's showing me something like this. And from here, this is our course lesson screen. This screen is really very beautiful. Why it's beautiful, just notice here, this is the course introductions. You can even like change content from here, that you can go to one section to another sections. You can like explore videos, you can like explore quizzes, and like the support group, but support group is still not available. But the finished quizzes, yeah, quizzes feature is available in our app. Okay, now we can again go back to our this details screen, and from here also we can search courses. So this was a really very short demo of our mobile app. We have a lot of features inside this app, and we're going to do a lot of work. This is the light theme, and the light theme is also really beautiful. So yeah, that's about the app. Right now we will start to coding right now, okay? But before starting the coding part, I just want to give a big shout out to our all-time video sponsor, Brilliant. Everyone know that programming a topic where most of the beginners feels it's a very complex thing. And honestly speaking, starting programming for a beginner programmer is really not so easy. And that's where Brilliant comes in. Brilliant offers over thousands of interactive lessons on topics like computer science, machine learning, competitive math, and much more. The best thing about Brilliant is their interactive lesson, which can interact with you to improve your learning. It means you can learn any complex programming topic with an easy interactive way possible. And Brilliant also helps build your critical thinking skills through problem solving, not memorizing. So while you are building real knowledge on specific topics, you'll also be becoming a better thinker. And as you are Becodemy student, so if you head over to brilliant.org/Becodemy, you will get a 1-month free trial for any course and a 20% off discount for any annual subscription. So just dive into Brilliant today and start learning programming with the easiest way. Now we can get back to our video. Alright, so let me create here a new folder, completely new folder, by giving name Becodemy. Yeah, perfect. And then let me just open this inside my VS Code. Perfect. And let me just open the terminal. And here right now we have to create a new Expo project. So how can we create a new Expo project? Very simple. Every time I forget the like command, so just go to browser and search for Expo start or something like that. Yeah, and from here you can just copy this command. We don't need that app name. Yeah, and just press enter. What's your app name? We can put here on dot, because the app name will be Becodemy. Yeah, perfect. And just wait for a little bit. 9 p.m. the node package modules are installing, and while it's installing, we can come back in these tabs in this layout. We don't need this not found or even HTML. We can directly delete this as we're not making for web. Perfect. And taste, we don't need any taste. Yep. And I don't think we need anything like that in the components folder. Constants, fine. Hooks, yeah, fine, no problem. Scripts, fine. tsconfig, okay, that's also fine. Just giving me some weird error because the node package modules is not available yet. That's why. And here, delete the all code and just give here RNF. Just create a very simple like expo function. Yep. And if you're wondering how the shortcuts is working, just go to the extension tab in your VS Code and search for that's ES6, I think, or ES7, something like that. Yeah. So React Native. No, not like this. Okay. ES7 or ES6, I forget it. Which one I am using? Okay, this is ES7 Plus I'm using. Okay. So you can just search this and you can install this extension. Then you will also get comments like that, like RNF or even RF, CE. RNF means React Native function. Okay. RNFS means React Native function style sheet, something like that. Yep. So yeah, it's done. And still it's giving me the weird TypeScript error. The module is declared with export and can be used when the ES module. And okay, so come back here and let me see what they are talking about. Weird. Let me see. I think some TypeScript like setup error. I really don't know because my other projects are not giving error like this. Okay, fine. Just press Ctrl Shift and P and search for reload window, then press enter. Then I believe the error will be gone. Because this was not any coding error. Yeah, but just wait a little bit. The TypeScript initialization done. Yep, perfect. So notice it's not giving any weird error. Perfect. And right now we can just close that browser. We can make our screen like this, make it even more like this. Yep. And open on simulator, or you can open it inside your like phone. If you don't have iOS device, for example MacBook, you can easily open it inside your phone just by scanning the QR code. Okay, that's it. It's a very simple thing. All right, just take the phone here and write the command that npm run dev. Oh, sorry, not npm run dev, pardon. This will be npm run start. Yeah. And no, I don't need my Apple ID verification. Oh, it's not working. What the hell? Okay, I think it will just take some time. Yeah, fine. But notice this is our projects and we can simply press I, but I have to delete this, the live version of the Becodemy app. Why I have to delete it? So that I can create another project with the same name. Otherwise it will do problem, definitely. Perfect. Now let me press I, then it will open the app inside Expo Go. And after some time, when we'll start to work with like a native module which is not supported by Expo Go, we have to change these projects from Expo Go to a development build. I'll show you everything, don't worry, that what is development build and the other things. Okay, it's giving me some error, which is very normal. And that is because here in the tab, we have to delete the everything. We don't need this explore and this index. We can delete all of this. Now come back to our terminal, give on reload by pressing R. Fine. Notice now just on simple layout, meaning on simple cool clean structure of our app. All right. So let's start to coding right now. So first of all, what we want to make the onboarding screen, which is really very interesting. Why it's interesting? Because we're going to implementing on liquid swiper animations, which is a very like advanced level of animations. It will work with your finger. Like when you are swiping the finger, it will go with your finger. It's kind of like it's interacting with you. So let's start to make that. But first of all, in here, as we are working with Expo, at first here we have to set up the theme provider. Secondly, we have to add the stack, which is coming from Expo router and something like this. And in the stack, we need to add some screen options. We don't want to see any header like by default automatically generated header. So that's why we're making the header shown false. Fine. Secondly, stack.screen, and the name we can say index. Why? Because we will create here on index.tsx right now. Perfect. And theme provider giving some weird error, children is missing. Okay, let me see. All right, so theme provider is something, a custom file we have to create inside a new folder. Okay, fine, we will do it right now. And that is inside our, not inside, just come back to the root and create a new folder by giving name context. Yep. And here we have to create our theme context.tsx and write rn if and that theme context, yeah, and give on save. Very simple. Here actually you can just do one short thing, and that is you can just go to the source code. You'll find out this in my video description box, just on link. This will redirect you to the Becodemy website. Then you have to just create a simple account. It's free, it's completely free, don't worry. And then you can click the GitHub link. Okay, so why I'm telling you to going to the GitHub, because the theme context is kind of like on setup for our project. So what I just want to like copy paste. Why? Because it's very simple. You don't have to like write it manually, because this is just completely setup code. And let me open a new terminal. Why? Because we have to install a new library, which name is React Native async storage. Okay, so npm I and this library. So then everything will be installed perfectly. Yep. So now let me explain you what is this, what we're doing here. So here we are like defining some light theme color and dark theme colors. Okay. In here, the theme, here we are like adding the light theme. I think this is the by default theme. Yep, this is the by default theme. Then toggle theme, which is on callback function. And inside here, we are taking the system color scheme, okay? Meaning your device color scheme. And therefore, we're writing this state functions. Like if the system color scheme is dark, then we're making it to dark theme. Otherwise, we're making it light theme. For example, if you're using light theme in your phone, then when you will open this app, you will get the light theme in the app. Okay, it's completely like working with your phone theme. Yeah. And then here we're creating an use effect hook. Why? Because use effect always like run before calling this return. Okay, this is the rules of React. Every time when we are writing this use effect, it means that we want to run something before calling this return. Okay, at first we want to run this. So that's why we want to run the user theme. So why I am writing this? Because suppose you are using light theme in your phone. Okay, fine. But in our app, you want to use dark theme. It can happen. So that time we must need to like store your preferences, like which theme you are choosing from our app. So that's why when you are changing the theme, we are updating our async storage for the app. And then secondly, when you are opening the app, every reload, we're checking that, yeah, you have any saved theme. Then we are making the app theme as like your preferences. Okay. And this is a toggle theme function, which will update the theme. Notice this is just updating the theme as per your praise or as per your preferences. And then here we are just providing the context, theme context.provider, which is a rules, and then we're sending the children. Okay, this is like the parent component, and we're sending here the children. That's it. And at last we're exporting the use theme. Very simple thing. And then remove this from React Native navigation and import it from context and theme context, and just save this. We don't need this view and text in this file. Yeah, it's giving some weird error. That's fine, because we are just creating the like file, so that's why it's giving error, which is completely normal. If we like give on reload, then restart, this will be gone. Okay, no problem. Now come here, and okay, we don't need any new screen for now, because first we want to just make the onboarding. But I think, yeah, we need some screens. We need really some screens. So for that, in this app folder, create a new folder by giving this like first bracket. This is just on style. You can organize everything in this folder. Okay. In Next.js, we have organizations folder, but I think in React Native or in Expo, we don't have organizations folder, but we can like give our folder name like this for making it organized or something like that. For example, in this folder, everything will be routes. In this folder, everything will be tabs, just for making it organized. So when any developer will come in your code, that developer will feel, yeah, this is the organized folder or something like that. Okay. Yeah, fine. And then here in these routes, we can create a new folder actually by giving them onboarding as a new routes. And then on index.tsx, it's completely like very similar with the Next.js setup. In Next.js, we write page.tsx, and instead of that, here we're writing index.tsx. That's it. Otherwise, kind of like everything is same here. And on RNF, we can say, yeah, and we can save it. Then we can come back here. We can copy this one. We can say, go to the routes and the onboarding and the index. Okay. Yep. So just copy and paste it in here. Secondly, okay, we don't need any more because we're right now making the onboarding. Fine. Now in this index.tsx, okay, this root app index.tsx, we have to do something. First of all, make a simple function here, something like this. And therefore, we have to make here on use state. Okay, use state, which name will be logged in user, and set logged in user initial value will be true. And then let's make another state by giving them loading and set loading. All right, and initial value will be true as always. Yep, by default the loading value will be true. Fine. So okay, fine, let me show you the authentication system, like how we will work with the authentication. So at first we will like see, is there have any access token in our secure store? What the difference between async store and secure store? Let me show you. So secure store is a library provided by Expo. Let me just open a new window. Yeah. And Expo secure store, and just go here and notice here, by using this, you can like protect your credentials. Okay. When you need something protected, you can use this Expo secure store. So simply install this library right now, open a new tab and just install it. And what's about async storage? Yeah, that's also secure, but like that has not a very high level of security as like this Expo secure storage. Okay. Yeah. So we can clear our terminal and even we can delete it. And yep, come back to our code again right now. And here we have to import the secure storage, secure store from Expo secure store, not storage actually. Yeah. And then here we will send, wait, let me just create a function here. So create here a simple function by giving name something like subscription, we can say, make it async. And this is get item. So if you write get item async, then we need the await. But as this is get item, so we don't need this await. Yeah. And therefore set logged in user, we can say if the token is available, then logged in true, otherwise false. Very simple logic. And at last, we must have to call this function. Very simple. Yep. All right. And then here we can remove the view, we can remove the text, we can write on logic when the loading is true. For now, just show an empty fragment. Otherwise, redirect, import redirect from Expo router, redirect the user, and this time we have to also see that the user is logged in or not. If not, then very simple, take the user to onboarding screen. Otherwise, for now, simply taps. Yeah, that will be actually taps, not for now, otherwise this will be taps. Fine. So right now, notice nothing is available here because it's going to the onboarding, and onboarding does not have anything. Okay, it's have on something. Okay, let me see by adding a color like red. I don't know. Okay, just flex one, justify content, center. Oops. Align items, center. Okay, give on reload. This will be done. Oh, still it's not working. Very weird to see. Okay, because let me go back here again. And here what I'm writing, if the logged in user is false, by default logged in user true. No, this will be false. Sorry, it was one of my mistake. By default the logged in user will be false. Okay, secondly, when you're not getting the token, definitely you're not getting the token right now, and then the set logged in user will be false. Yeah, but still I think it's true. I don't know, let me see that token, I am getting any token or not. Okay, null. Perfect. Oh, the loading is true. Oh, sorry. And the loading will be false. When the loading will be false, when we will get this response, that time the loading will be false. Yeah, that's why I was thinking why it's not showing anything, right? It was weird. Okay, perfect. Our onboarding setup is here right now. So now let's start to working in this onboarding screen. So just delete everything and write RNF and make it simple again. And here I want to import our onboarding screen. You might be thinking, what the hell is this? From where it's coming, right? Yeah, it's true. We didn't create it. So we have to create a new folder in the root directory. Okay, not in this app. Yep. Here, let's create a new folder by giving them screens, and the folder name will be onboarding at first, and create a new file that onboarding.screen.tsx. Okay, and on RNF S, yeah, this time S because we need style sheet here. Great. And now call the onboarding screen and save it, and here you go. The onboarding screen is available here. Perfect. But here right now we must need to install some heavy library. Why I'm telling it's heavy, because we need to install like a React Native gesture handler, and I think we need more. Let me see. Yeah, we need a small library which is very important, which is Expo vector icons. We need our linear gradient library, so Expo linear gradient, and we need another important, very important library, which is React Native size matters. And yeah, another heavy library. This is heavy library because this is a like big library, that is React Native Reanimated, and at last the React Native Redash. Okay, we need all of these libraries just to make our the like liquid swiper animations. Okay, we don't need the Expo vector icons for making the liquid swiper. We need this during the full project. Okay, even the linear gradient also. So just see this clearly again. I am making it bigger. These are the libraries. Don't do any spelling mistake, then it will doesn't work, you will get error. So make sure that you are writing everything correctly. Okay, and then just press enter, and then the all libraries will install right now. All right, so it's refreshing, fine, that's a normal thing. All right, so installation is done, so you can close this terminal now. I'm not deleting, I'm just closing the terminal. Yeah, and now we have to come back to our root folder again. We have to create a new folder by giving name configs. Inside this configs folder, we have to create a constants, yeah, .tsx file, which is kind of like on document file, where we will define all of our projects like global variable. Okay, yeah, and we will also create here our types. So global d.ts, which will work as a global types. Then we don't have to actually import these types in any of our other sites, in like any another files in our project. Okay, this will work as on global types folder. So here I'm creating an onboarding slide types type, and inside here we need these few fields: the color, the image, the title, the second title, and the subtitle. Color will be string, image will be any, I really don't know the type of image. Title will be string, second title string, and subtitle will be string. Yeah, fine. And now here let me just create on function by giving name onboarding slides. Okay, so this is the actually folder, object, array. This is an array, and here we will write or define our all slides data. Okay, so here we need on color, which will be 40, E0, and D0. Okay, which is our first color code. Secondly, we need title, which will be explore. Third, we need image, import image from React Native, and source will be on. Okay, we have to import it, fine, we'll do that. Style will be if the width. So here we need something right now, very important. Okay, and that is where's our themes folder. Okay, we don't have any themes folder, so let me just create a new folder by giving name themes. Yep, inside this let me just create on shortcut file, which is app.constant.jsx. okay, this is one of the most important file in this project. Okay, so just go to the source code and copy paste this full code. This is kind of like a cheat sheet for us. Okay, cheat sheet meaning this will help us to like save a lot of time when we're developing the app. Okay, for example, is the device is iOS, is the device is iPad, like is this device have any notch, and is it Android or Windows, even like the responsive font sizes, which will like work perfectly in any smaller or larger any device. What we must need when we're making on production level app, because the app must need to be run in any device. It does not matter if we're running this inside like a small device or a large device. Okay, so yeah, this library, be make sure that you're installing this React Native status bar height library. Why I need this? Okay, because we will get the status bar height by using this library. That's why. Okay, fine. So we can actually save it right now. Great. And at last, again, another important thing, and that is our assets. So let me just go back to my local folder and let me just copy the assets. How we will copy this? Same things, go back to the source code. Then you will be able to copy the assets. Yeah. All right. So let me just open this, our Becodemy folder. Inside these assets, I am replacing all of the assets. Yeah. We need an audio for the notifications, push notifications on fonts, lot of images, and the HVZs even. Yeah, fine. So those are our assets. So we must need that because we are going to use that in our project. Fine. And here for the width right now, if is iPad, then this will be vertical scale. So import vertical scale from React Native size matters and is iPads from this constant. All right, so then 345, otherwise vertical scale 330. Okay, this is like we're making it responsive. Okay, I think I did some mistake. This will be actually 285, otherwise 320. Yeah, and height is iPad, then vertical scale 345, otherwise vertical scale 330. Perfect. And therefore we don't need anything here, and at last we just need on subtitle, I think, or second title, or what's that, I forget it. Yeah, second title. So which will be our community. At last we need on subtitle. Notice the all earnings are gone right now, and the subtitle will be something like this. Yeah, now we need this on, so import it here. Import on from, go to our assets folder, images folder, onboarding folder, and on.png. Okay, now save it. It is giving on type error, but skip the type error. Okay, no problem. It will don't do any problem even in the production. Yeah, so this is this was our first one. Now we need to make the other two slides also. Okay, slides data, this is not actually slides. Okay, so I'm just quickly copying and pasting it here so that I am not taking long time to just writing this data. Yeah, and what can you do? Just go to the source code and copy paste this like array. Okay, because this is very basic things, and you don't need to like write everything. This is not logical things. Okay, this is just the files or the data. Yeah, we need the 2 and 3 both images, so add here 2 and make it 2.png. Same for the 3 and that 3.png. And we can do one short things, okay, for skipping the TS warning. Okay, and that is this one. It's really interesting. Okay, so this was just on TS error, I mean warning, not any error. Now it's gone. Fine. And now we can come back to our onboarding screen again as our data is ready. Right now, just make on use state hook like index and set index. This is our like the onboarding index. Okay, then constant pref, which will be onboarding slides, import it, and then index minus 1 constant next onboarding slides and index plus 1. Perfect. Now here let's import the gesture handler root view. From where? From our React Native gesture handler. Yeah, and add here on simple style like flex 1. A very normal thing. Perfect. Now actually we have to make our slider in here. So let me just go back to this components folder and let me create here a new folder by giving them onboarding, and then I am just creating a new file by giving name the slider.tsx, and I'm writing that rnfs and making the slider. Great. Now you will feel a lot of confuse in this file because this file is very big and we are writing here a lot of complex logic, really lot of complex logic, the animations logic. Okay, fine, but we also need to create another file, not one file, two file. One is slide.tsx, another one is wave.tsx. Okay, and so at first we have to start working in the slider. Okay, why? Because in here in this slider, inside this slider we will add our slide. Okay, so inside this slider we have to send some props. For example, first of all we have to send this index, secondly key, secondly we have to send index also, thirdly we have to send the set index and the previous. So if previous is available, then slide. Okay, it's interesting that the slide is okay. Slide, save it now, come back here. Yeah, that time slide where we have to send props like slide and total slides, which will be onboarding slides dot a length actually. Yeah, the array length. Yep. And then after that we need similar thing for next. So just add here next, and slide this time will be next, total slides will be, yeah, that will be same thing. If we save right now, nothing will happen, even we don't receive any error. Why? Because this is type error, not any real error, TypeScript warning. Fine, because we don't have that props defined in here in the slider. All right, so in the slider right now, let's receive the everything. Index, the children, then the prev, the next, even the set index. So slider props, this will be the type, and let me create an interface for that. So slider props index type will be number, set index type will be very simple things like on value. This will be a callback function, so value, and this will return on void. Yeah, and children, which will be on JSX element actually, previous, which is optional, but type will be same on JSX element because that's kind of like on component, right? And next same things on JSX element and set index. Yeah, perfect. So now notice no error. Okay, fine. We'll check it later why the warning is coming. No problem. We can check it later. Yeah, all right. Save it now. And therefore, after that, in here, create on variable like has previously, has prev. Then just write this has next. Is there have any next or previous? This is meaning, okay? This logic meanings. Then create on z index where we need on use shared value, which will be 0. And we're going to importing the use shared value from actually React Native reanimated. Yeah, perfect. And therefore after the z index we need our active site, which is very important, and we need site.none, which is, and how do we get the site? This is also important. So we will get the site from another actually component, which is this wave component, where just write on RNF, make on wave here, and just create on simple enum here and export it perfectly. Okay, yeah, make it here. Great. We can save it right now. We can come back here and we can import it from our /wave. Great. Enum meanings something like on entity. Okay, enum meanings like this side only can be none or right or left. Okay, this is the enum meanings if you don't know what is this actually. All right, and after that we need a new variable which is transition left, where we need use shared value, and by default this will be false. Same things we need for right. So is transition right? We must have to understand this. Yep, we have to track it. And at last we need more two things, the left and right one. So we want to use here use vector. Yeah, we need to use here use vector for making the circle. Which circle I will again explain when I will like show this inside the screen. All right, and the use vector and another thing which is snap point, we have to import it from React Native Redash. Yep, and here we are just using like some basic physics. Okay, here we need on minimum ledge and we want to just divide it with height. Okay, so where's the minimum ledge and height? We can simply create that in here and make it export. So because we need to use it like a lot of places, and I think instead of creating here we should create it inside this constants file. Okay, so come back here and onboardings like variables we can say, or something like that. Yeah, and export the minimum ledge, which will be actually 25, and then we need our width and height. Okay, which is a very normal thing, which is like our dimensions dot get screen and that width height. Okay, normal width height, nothing else. And now import this minimum ledge and the height. Now we can save it. Perfect. And after that we need here right, which logic will be also kind of like similar. We have to use here use vector, and this will be actually really same thing. Okay, yeah, this will be same things. Now we have to draw on pan gesture. So use here gesture import it from React Native gesture handler. Yeah. And then dot pan, and then dot on start, then here we have to write on logic like if x is less than or equals to the margin width. So margin width, we have to create another variable, global variable, which is margin width, which value will be, let me come back here, which value will be minimum ledge plus 50. You might be confused here like how I'm getting this value. So this is kind of like on mathematical things, what I'm just like, writing the values. Even I'm just like copying it from some sources, okay, the mathematical values. Yeah, so you don't have to be confused here. It's like a very normal thing. Okay, even I have a lot of things here where I am even like a little bit confused, because this is normal things. This is complex physics and maths. So you don't have to understand every single line if it's working properly. If you understand like how can you update this code as per your reference, then fine. You don't need to know everything here. Okay. Yeah. And margin width. And then after that, sorry, this will be actually and has pref or that props. Then the active site dot value will be the site dot left. Yep. And the z index value will be 100. Great. Else if the x is less equals to the width, and then we have to minus the width from the margin width, and we have to check, and it must need to be the has next. Okay, this logic actually. And then the active slide dot value need to be site dot right. Okay, and at last else, I mean by default, if the any logic is not matching, then the site dot none. Perfect. So this is our pan gesture. It's done. The on start work is done. Now on update, when we're updating the gesture, that interaction time, we have to do some work, right? And that is if the active site dot value equals to site dot left, then the left dot x dot value will be math dot maximum x and that margin width. Yeah, and that left dot I dot value, this will be I. Great. Else if the active site dot value equals to site dot right, in that case the right dot x dot value will be the math dot maximum, yeah, width minus x and the margin width. Okay, and at last, and we don't need any else right now. And yeah, that's it. After that, here on end, when the gesture is finishing, that time we also have to write some logic. And here we just receiving some props like the x, the velocity x and the velocity y. This is kind of like the basic physics. Yeah, when I was in my college life, I used to ignore physics a lot, but currently I am feeling the importance of physics and the math. All right. And then here If the active side dot value and the side dot left is matching, that time we have to write this logic like snap point. Here we have to create on snap point actually. Okay, we're just creating on variable and we're creating on snap point something like dot 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 dot. Yeah, and after that we need right now a new variable which is the left snap points. So the left snap points will be, all right, just add this 4 new variable here, that previous, next, I mean by default, and the left snap points and the right snap points. Great. And therefore come back here, and now let's import our left snap points. Very simple, right? Then is transition left dot value equals to destinations. Then also we have to match it with the pref, so import it from the constants file. Then that left dot x dot value, and here let's import with spring from React Native reanimated. Here add this test, I mean these destinations, this test, and therefore the velocity will be the velocity x. The overshoot clumping will be the is transition left dot value, then true, otherwise false. Are you feeling scared? Don't feeling scared when you're watching this type of like complex code. I feel like interesting when I see complex code. Really, I really feel interesting because I love to learn new things, and you must need this same habit inside you. Okay. Okay, so is transition to left dot value, if it's 100, then the value will be the 0.0.1. Okay, something like this. And the rest displayment threshold, this will be is transition left dot value, then 100, otherwise 0.01. Perfect. And then just run on a callback. If is transition left dot value, then run on JS. Okay, we are using run on JS, which we're importing from actually this React Native reanimated, okay, library. And inside here we have to set the index, then we have to make it index -1. Okay, otherwise make the z index dot value, which will be 0. At last the active slide dot value, which will be site dot none. Great. I think you're feeling boring right now, but don't feel boring, we're very close. So left dot I dot value, which will be with spring height divided by 2, and the velocity will be the velocity of y this time. Yeah, this is like x-axis and y-axis. Okay, and else if active site dot value equals to the site dot right, then we have to create again something like this one. Okay, so but this time this will be a little bit different. We have to create another snap point, and this will be like with x. Let's see, this was with left snap points, but this time we need with right snap points. Perfect. And is transition right dot value, which will be just and that next. Okay, because this time we need next. Previously we made the for the pref, now we are making for the next. And right dot x dot value, and again call that with spring, and this time a bit different, we have to minus from width minus dist. Okay, and then we have to write that velocity x, and that overshoot clamping, which is kind of like the previous logic, opposite of the previous logic. Yeah, so true, otherwise false. Great. And a reset speed threshold is transition write dot value if 100. I mean, is the transition write dot value is 100, I mean is true, then 100, otherwise 0.0.1. Then the rest displacement threshold, sorry, which will be as like this. Oops, I forgot that if condition, yeah, otherwise 0.0.1. Perfect. And after this we need another callback, and this is the last callback actually. And in this callback we have to write on logic like if is transition write dot value, then again run on JS that set index and index plus 1, else the active site dot value equals to site dot none. Great. And right now, okay, I did one small mistake. Just remove this first bracket from there and add it in here. Okay, sorry, on small mistake here. Yeah, and then here we have to write that, sorry, not here, here, that write dot y dot value, which will be this width spring height divided by 2, and the velocity will be the velocity y. Perfect. We can save it right now. And now we need to make another variable. We're outside from the gesture handler, I mean the pan gesture handler, right? Yeah, it was very big, the pan gesture, because this is kind of like the main logic here. And then here we need our animated style. So use animated style imported from React Native reanimation. And here the g index will be the z index dot value. And add here on use effect snippet. Remove this, even this one. If our platform dot os equals to iOS, then the write x value will be width multiply 0.167. This is for getting the correct position in the wave. Yeah, else the write dot x dot value will be width spring width then multiply 0.185. yeah, that's it. And in this dependency array, just add our left and right. Perfect. Now come back inside here. Inside here just add our gesture detector, and here we have to send on gesture, which will be that pan gesture, which one we was writing for so long time. And then we need to add animated, import animated from React Native reanimated, animated view. We need on style, import style sheet and absolute fill. This will be the styles. Yeah, inside here set the current, and right here pref, if previous then show this one, animated dot view, where style will be styles dot absolute fill, and on left style. Yeah, what is this is telling us? Okay, wait, it was a correct logic. All right, let me see. Okay, because the else I think is not available here for that. Okay, I got it. Make something like this, and still, oh, style sheet, sorry, that's why I was thinking what the hell. All right, and now we need our wave, what we must have to make at this moment. Okay, for the previous, okay, fine, we'll do that. And for the next, if the next is true, that time we need on view, simple view, and that style sheet dot absolute fill. So this is like adding some basics, I mean automatic css. And then we also need here our wave. So this time our this slider, the kind of like the big one, is done. Now we have to go back to the wave file, and wave file is also a bigger file. Okay, why bigger? Because we are doing here also a lot of things. It's kind of like we are making the wave. When we are swiping our finger, you will notice that it's not just like swiping, it's also giving us a wave effect, right? We're swiping, suppose right to left, but it's giving us wave effect. So that's actually happening here in this logics, what we're going to write right now. Okay, but I'm just thirsty. Let me just drink some water. All right. So here, that site, let me just come back here. I mean, in the configs, because we don't need that inside in this wave. We can add that inside this constants. Yeah, as normally. Perfect. Come back here and site. Yep, done. Now here, at first, we need on animated path. Okay, we have to import the animated from React Native reanimated. We have to import this path from actually React Native SVG. Okay, we need this library right now. So import SVG and path from actually the React Native SVG. Okay, let me just install it. So npm I React Native SVG, and just wait a little bit. Yeah, done. Perfect. And right now in here, create a simple object, use derived value. Okay, create a callback here. Inside this callback, constant value equals to math dot mini. Okay, I mean minimum. This is actually then position dot x dot value. Okay, and now position, how it's coming. So actually we are receiving here some props in this wave component, and the props will be, these are the props. And here let me adjust that wave props. Yeah, so side, children, position is transitioning, we are receiving here. Okay, this component expect this props. All right, the site type will be our site. The children type will be that React and a React element. Yeah. Position. This is important. This is on actually vector. So vector and animated dot. Okay, shared value. Okay, I was using this one, but this is, I think, deprecated. I'm not sure. Okay, let me see. I think this is deprecated. So please import shared value directly from React Native reanimated instead of animated namespace. I'm not importing it from anywhere. Okay, let me see. Please import shared view directly from React Native reanimated. Okay, let me just copy this actually. Just add it in here. I think that will be gone. No. Okay. Sorry. I am just doing like weird thing. Yeah. Now it's correct. Now it's correct. Sorry. And after this, we need that is transitioning. So is transitioning, this one, which type will be also the same things like vector and that shared value and boolean. Perfect. So these are the props types. Great. Now here actually after this position x dot value, we need to minus here the minimum age. Okay, which we have to import from our configs. Yeah, and then width divided by 2.5. Great. And this will actually return value if it's less than 0. In that case, value, otherwise the minimum age. Great. This is the R value and we need the age value too. So use the same thing, use derived value, use here on callback. We need our base age here. So math dot max 0 and position dot x dot value and minus the minimum age and minus the r dot value. Perfect. And return here the with spring is transitioning dot value, then the position dot x dot value, otherwise the base lace, and the stiffness will be 200 in this in that case. Okay, but is transitioning weird error? Let me see. Is transitioning is not any vector. Okay, that's why it was giving me error. Now it's perfect. Yeah, so let me just save it right now. And I'm also feeling tired, but this function is very bigger, and this is like we are drawing about the animated props. So for just saving the time, I am pasting it and I will explain it. Don't worry, this is very big as you can see. At first, import this use animated props from React Native reanimated and this height. Yeah, so what is this actually? Notice the animated props, the step y, the steps x, and this is the c value. We're multiplying with the step y with this value. I think I forget this, what this value was. I think this is the value was something. I think the world radius or something like that. I forget it. And then safeguard is point calculations is to avoid a none. Okay, so not a number, none meanings. Then it's like we're calculating and we're making the points, like we're drawing here some points. And then this is the array where we are like making the vector, and then we're returning this. Yeah, that's it. And at this moment we need our mask element. Okay, we are almost at the end. We will see something in our screen within a very short time now. So import here svg and the style will be the style sheet dot absolute fill. Yeah, what is this style sheet? Okay, so we have to import the style sheet. That's why it's giving me error. Style sheet from React Native. Yeah. Now here we need to write logic for the transform. So the rotate y will be if the side is matching with the side dot right, then 180°, otherwise 0°. Yeah. And after this, here let's add an animated path, and fill will be the platform.os. So for Android, actually the mask wheel doesn't work. Okay, I mean mask will work, but the thing is that for Android the props receiving system is a little bit different. I was experiencing this when I was making the Becodemy app. Yeah, so that's why I wrote this logic as I think. Yep. So when it's Android, we have to receive the props in children.props.slide.color, but in iOS, this we will get this inside children props.color. Okay, a little bit different in Android and iOS. And animated props, where we have to send the animated props. What did we make here? Great. Now for Android phone, we need some style. So use animated style. Inside here, we need to return few things. For example, something like this. We need on with timing, which we have to import from React Native reanimation. So we're just adding like some styling. Okay, like translate x, translate transform. I think you know this. This is like basic things, basic CSS related thing, the transform. Yeah, you will find out this transform inside CSS too. Okay, and now come back to point. In iOS device, the masked view actually does not work. Okay, so that's why we are using here on logic that if the device is Android, I mean is in Android device the mask view does not work. Okay, not in iOS. In iOS masked view work properly. So here I am writing logic if the device is Android, in that case run this, so that the animation will be playable inside any device, doesn't matter Android or iOS. Here we have to return that mask element and that animated dot view, where actually we have to return the children, and style will be the style sheet dot absolute fill, and that Android style, what did we create here? Yeah, we can save it now. I mean we can, yeah, we can save it, no problem. And now come back here for the iOS one, and here let's import masked view. From where we have to import it from React Native community and masked view, which is a new library. I just noticed this is a new library here. Okay, import it, I mean install it, React Native masked view. We cannot add here any double quotation. We make sure that you are not doing like this. Yeah, just simple npm I React Native community masked view. So this is creating on masked view for us. All right, and we have to send here some props. First of all, on style, I think this masked view does not have TypeScript support, so that's why it's giving me some weird warning. Okay, so no problem, we can disable TypeScript for this mask element and children. Yeah, here we can write that ts ignore. All right, so now we can save it. Nothing, right? But you will see right now something. Okay, let me show you. Come back to our that onboarding screen again, because right now we have our web, we have our slide, we have everything. Oh, we don't have the slide actually. Forget it. Yeah, but in the slider we're sending everything. Why this is giving me earning slide? Brave. Brave is perfect. I don't know. We will see this later, but this time we can call our slide and we can send the slide props here. For example, the slide first props will be the onboarding slides and the index one, the first one. The index will be the index. The set index will be set index and total slides, which will be that onboarding slides dot length normal. Save it now. Okay. All right. And in this slide, notice it's empty. So that's why it's not showing us anything. So let's add quickly something in the slide. Yeah. Just remove this view, remove this text, add here on SVG from React Native SVG. Here style will be the style sheet dot absolute fill, import style sheet, and then dot absolute fill. We need to import here tips from React Native SVG. Then the radial gradient. It's kind of like we're creating the SVG. Yeah, it's true. We're creating an SVG here. ID, which will be gradient. Okay, and CX will be 50%. CY will be 35%. Now we need here stop and start value. So stop offset will be 0%. Stop color will be the slide. No, we have to receive here those props. I forgot to receive it. Yeah, let's receive it here. Let's define type for this. So slide, this will be, I think, a react element, index number, set index will be value number, and it will return void. And the last one is the total slides, which will be definitely a number. What's the hell? Yeah, where I am writing syntax. Okay, yeah, here it is. Yeah, now notice it's giving, okay, slide is not a React element. Okay, so this is onboarding slides and index. This is something like that. I don't know what is this is telling us. I think we have to give here type this one, if I'm not sure. Yeah, right, I'm right. Perfect. And let's come back here. I did here mistake a little bit. Yeah, finish it like this. Now here the slide dot color and stop, import it from React Native SVG. Now still giving error. Weird. Okay, yeah, because we have to add here 2, not 1. Then make it 100% for the next one and slide dot color. Perfect. The radial gradient is done. The depth is done. Now we need the rect. Okay, what we have inside an SVG. X, Y both will be 0. Width will be, this will be actually width. Yeah, perfect. And the height will be same height. The fill will be URL and gradient. Be make sure that you're writing same, otherwise it doesn't work, as this is just one kind of icon ID. Yeah, and then inside this SVG we can save it right now. Nothing, right? Still nothing. Yeah, but in this view, right now we're going to defining something. First of all, styles dot container. You might be thinking, where's the styles? Yeah, we have to create on style sheet right now. So create it in here, something like this. Import scale from React Native reanimated, not React Native reanimated, React Native size matters. Save it. In the view, we just added some like padding, that absolute fill again, then the padding top and like align item center. And inside here, we need on view where we will add our all slide image. Save it now. Here you go. Notice the image is here. Good. Now after this, we need another view where style will be like screen width multiply 1 and padding horizontal will be vertical scale 25. I think so. Okay, let me see. And after that, here we need text with some basic styling, something like this. Import the font sizes from our constants and nothing because a value is empty. So make it slide dot title. You will see the title here. Great. We need kind of like similar thing for the subtitle. Okay. So for the subtitle, I mean second title, make it something like this. Yeah, great. After this, we need another text, which is our subtitle. And this time we need some padding vertical. Okay, we can say vertical scale like 4. Yeah. And everything is not fine. This need to be smaller font size. Colors need to be different. Font weight will be also not like this. Font family will be also a very thin font family. Yeah, great. So that's it. Right now, still we are not watching any color, right? But it's updating, right? When we are swiping it, something like this, then it's not just updating, but we are not watching any color. Fine, we will see everything. Just give more time, then everything will appear here. Now come to point. After this view ending here, let's create a new view. Why we need this? We need this because of for the indicator. Okay, styles indicator. So styles dot indicator container, what we have to make. So come back here, add on indicator container. Here you don't need this window height, just make it vertical scale, and that time we need to make it a little bit less, like 35. And same here, we can use vertical scale and we can use here 55. Left, this will be actually scale and 22. We can save it now. If we need to like modify a little bit, we will do that, no problem. Now the most important thing, that is here we need something like this. So touchable opacity, import it from React Native. Okay, styles dot indicator and active indicator, very important. So let me just like copy paste the stylings because I really don't want to waste time for the styling thing. Very basic things. And height and width. Okay, height will be vertical scale. Why I'm using vertical scale everywhere, because otherwise I noticed it's fine for this device, but for other devices this will be does not responsive. Okay, so that's why every time I am using this, because I suffered a lot for the responsive issue last time. Even after writing this everything in the tablet screen, I mean the iPad screen, it was not well responsive. Yeah, and the vertical scale 8 and the width scale 40. Let me just save it now. Yeah, notice it's here. Perfect. So indicator and styles indicator. Great. After this we need our next button, and that will be here actually, next button and previous button. For that I am just like copying pasting the stylings. Okay, I mean the basic things here. Linear gradient, import it from Expo linear gradient. Oh shit, where's our Expo linear gradient? We installed it before. Yeah, and import pressable from React Native. We need this handle press function, what we have to create right now. We will do that, but for now just comment out it. And the next button. All right, so next button and next button text, just copy paste the styling. And here again the window height, window width, I don't know why did I use it. Okay, fine, it's also responsive, you can use it, no problem. I'm just using it also, like just for saving time. Yeah, notice the button is here now. It's still not working when I'm clicking. Why? Because this on press is not turned on. Yeah, so copy this handle press and come back here and create this function. So handle press, here we can say if our index equals to 2, in that case set model, actually one state which will be true, otherwise set index will be index plus 1. Why do we need this model visible? Because we want to show on login or session, or I mean login model when the user is finishing this onboarding. Yeah, that's it. Import useState from React, and here index set index. All right, I don't think we need to receive here something. Oh yeah, we need to receive here, I forget it. Index which will be number, set index which will be number, and it will return on void, like on callback. Yeah, something is wrong, and that is it must need to be comma. Same here. Okay, save it now. Now when I'm clicking next, it's working. Perfect. And when I'm swiping it, that's also working as like on swiper. Great. But still we're not getting the color, right? Interesting. So let me just copy the slide dot color. Okay, we have the color here. Okay, because I did here a spelling mistake. That's why. That's what I was thinking. Why it's not working? It should be gradient, not gradient. All right, now notice it's working, right? But do you know what is still missing here? The most interesting thing, right? It's perfectly working, very good. But where's our that wave? For that wave, we did this everything, right? For the wave, because otherwise we can make this swiper also very easily with a simple library. Okay, let's add that wave right now at end, totally at the end. Okay, so to make the wave, come back here at last and write index if less than the total slides minus 1, then only show this wave. So touchable opacity, and the style will be styles.arrow button. Okay, we have to create it. And this is really long CSS, so I'm just copying and pasting it. Yeah, arrow button. We need here moderate scale also, and platform from React Native. Yeah, so we can save it right now. We can come back to this top. Here we can use Ioni icons. From Expo vector icons and size, very important, this will be scale, and I think 18. Yeah, and Ioni icons, how do you install it? I mean import it. So very simple, just import Ioni icons from Expo vector icons. Now save it, and we're watching it here, but still it's not as like our expectation, as per our expectation. Okay, fine, no problem. Alright guys, so I found the problem why it's not working. Just go back to the slider.tsx, and did you remember that we just forget to add here that wave file? This is really weird. After making the wave, I forgot to add it in here, in this, inside this animated.view. Okay, so just add it, then this will perfectly work. Just import site dot left. I mean site dot left, we don't need to import it, it's already in here. Position will be left, is transitioning will be is transitioning left. Yeah, that's it, and save it right now. Okay, try to register to view with same styles. Okay, all right, let me see. Oh yeah, because after this we have to return this brave. Yep, so first one is done. Now second one here in the next, same thing we have to add in here. So just like copy paste it, and yeah, I just remembered, because the wave must need to be inside here. Okay, yeah, now notice it's perfect. The brave will be inside the wave. Yeah, and here this time this will be side dot right, this will be right, and this will be is transition right, and this will be next. Great, so if you save it right now, still nothing we're watching, right? Okay, fine, but I think just give on a reload. I believe it should work. Okay, interesting, I think I missed something. Okay, let me see again. All right, after researching for so long time, I at last found the issue. It's really funny. Yeah, we did here some like small mistakes, that's true, but still in the wave file, wave.tsx, instead of writing mask element, we added here maslk, like I cannot pronounce it even. The spelling is completely wrong, so that's why it couldn't work. So just press Ctrl F and add this wrong spelling and make it like this, mask element, and add it everywhere. Just save it. Now notice it's working. See, I can take it anywhere I want. Even if I click here, okay, I will make that possible. Okay, yeah, because this will actually not change it. This is just for taking it. So I am just like telling the user that, hey, you can pull it. Okay, if you want to add there the clickable options, you can also do that. That's also very easy. I'm showing you. Yeah, so how can you do that? Let me show you. Come back inside this slide.tsx, and in here in this on press, you can add this handle press. Okay, very simple. So when I am clicking here, notice it's updating, and at last it's coming here, and when I'm clicking this next, this work actually not showing anything because we have to create that model right now, but we will do that. But see our swiper animations, what we wanted to do, like with our finger, it's just like behaving with our finger. Notice the wave, how beautiful it is. It's really very beautiful. It's giving us a very premium feelings, right? Yeah. So that's it. This everything is working. Now let me come back here and let me see why this is giving me type error. This is telling me that the slide, okay, because this slide value is brave. Let me see, what did I say? Onboarding style types. No, the slide is actually on number in this case. Then it will give me some error. I know, some type warning. Where's the warning is coming from? I think from here. Yeah, because slide.color, it's not any number. Brave. Okay, it's actually, what is this actually? The type of this brave. Okay, we're sending here the index -1. Yeah, so what is the problem? I think this was the correct type here. I don't know what is this is telling me. Let me see. Okay, so it's telling me that set index weird. Okay, let me just undo this. Let me see. Okay, so I am actually sending here set index, which is fine. But in this slide, I have to set this set index. Okay, so I can do one thing here in this set index. I can make it optional first of all. Okay, then this will give weird error. But what if I send the index and set index? No problem, I can easily send it. Yeah, true. Set index, then problem will be gone, right? Yeah, true. Great. Then we don't need to even also make it any. Yeah, that's also not best practice. So yeah, that's it. Now go back, and it's working as per our expectation. Great. Now at this moment, what we will do, we'll quickly set up the authentication system and we'll move to the main screen in our app. We did a very complex features. We really made on very complex feature. This liquid swiper is not a very like beginner's thing. Okay, this is a very beautiful things, really very cool things, these animations, and making this also not very easy. All right, but we successfully made it. And let me know how you are enjoying this. I personally like these animations a lot. Yeah, then here let's add model, import it from React Native. Okay, and here make animation type, which will be fade, transparent, which will be true, and visible. When it will be visible, when the model visible state will be true. On request close, this will be opposite of the model visible. It means this will do kind of like on toggle. Yeah, then import here, I mean add here pressable. We already imported it before. And style, this will be flex 1. Perfect. After doing on one press, this will make our model false. Yeah, now we need here on blur view. All right, so from where I found this blur view, I think I installed a new library. Yeah, so we need another new library, and this time we need Expo blur. Okay, yep, so just wait for a little bit. Yeah, it's done. And import blur view from Expo blur. Great. And right now in here, add here on style, add flex 1, justify content will be center, align items will be center, and here will be on traceable. Yeah, something like this. Now notice it's opening on model here. Again notice, and when I'm clicking outside of the model, I mean this outside of the white box, it's removing the model. So something like this. You are using the app, swiping it and then clicking next, and it's opening on model. And then it will show you on beautiful text like this one, that join to Becodemy. I think I forgot to set up the font, so let me quickly set up the font. It's very easy. Just come back here, and for this also we need to install, I think, a new library if I'm not wrong. Yeah, and the library is Expo Google Fonts, and this one, the Poppins, which we are using here. So install it quickly. Small library. Yeah, done. And after this, here we have some like by default code what we shouldn't remove. So let me just add that again. So like by default code from Expo. So splash screen, then prevent auto hide asyncs, and log. No, I don't want to make the log box async right now. Yeah. So right now here I want to use this use fonts. Yep. And I want to use here another library like a space mono regular, and I want to change this name. What is this? A space mono. Oh, this is a new library. Yeah. And Poppins is here. So notice now the font families are looking really beautiful. It's looking the real font family. Yeah, great. So in these slides, I think we should do one thing in here, and that is this slide file is getting so big. So we can do one thing, and that is we can cut this blur view. We can add here a new library. I mean, sorry, a new component we can create here, and that is auth model or something like that. Okay, so where should we create it? Just import it, auth model from // create here a new folder by giving them auth, and then that auth.model.tsx. Yeah, create this file rnf auth model, save it, remove this .tsx, save it, and paste it. What did we copy? So import this blur view from Expo blur view, import this traceable, import this window height, sorry, width and height, and even this font sizes. Save it now. Great. And we don't need this blur view anymore in here. So I am like just separating it because the file is getting very bigger, which can be a big problem next time when we want to maintain this app. Yeah, great. After this text, let's make another text with some styling. You can also copy paste the styling. Okay, as I'm writing raw styling here, I'm not using any like CSS framework or library in here because I love to do that. In my React Native course, I will also show you that how can you use like the other third-party libraries. I mean the designing libraries like the native Wind or the other popular libraries. Okay, yeah, fine. But in React Native, you can make kind of like a lot of components in on your project, like some shortcuts. Then after that, you can use that like input, text area input, and then like normal text, base text. Then you can just use that everywhere. You don't need to write a lot of CSS. Yeah, that's it. It's not like that you're writing a lot of CSS. It's completely kind of like web design When you're not following any shortcut, you have to write a lot of CSS. Yeah. So let me create another new view here, because right now we are going to add in here some authentication method. Okay, so first of all, we will implement here Google Auth. So we don't need this on press for now, we will make it later. First, let's import image from React Native and Google icon here. Secondly, we need our GitHub icon. We will implement GitHub authentication. And at last, we need Apple authentications, which will be only available for iPhone. Okay. Yeah. Apple. Something like this. Great. And now we can start working for the authentications method, but it's already so late. So I'm just taking some rest, and after some time, I'll again come back and start to making the authentications part. Because we have to go to Google Cloud Console, we have to go to GitHub developer account, we have to go to Apple developer account for like implementing the Apple Auth. By the way, if you don't have any Apple developer account, Apple developer means you have to pay $95 to them, and then you will be able to access the Apple developer program. Only then you can implement this Apple authentications, because you need on secret key, which is provided by Apple developer account. So if you don't have any account, then sorry, you cannot actually implement Apple authentication in your application. Okay. And for Google GitHub, yeah, it's completely free. You don't have to create that Google Play console. I mean, yeah, you need that Google developer console, which is free. And you can just create an applications and you can use that as authentication method, and same for GitHub. Okay, but for Apple, you must need developer console account. And if you want to be on iOS developer, then you definitely must need the developer program. You have to enroll that. It's just $95 for an year, I think. Then you will be able to like upload your app inside Apple App Store, and you will be able to like access the Apple developer program, everything. Yeah, that's it. So that's it, guys. See you after some time. Hi everyone, welcome back again. And right now we are going to implementing the authentication system. So just click this next, and if we press this Google, if anyone press this Google, this will call the Google authentication function. Okay, for that, what we can do, we can add here an on press event, and then we can call on function, which name will be Google sign in. Yeah, and we can just copy this. We can come back in this top, we can make it something like this, and yeah, and here we need few things. So first of all, we need to make here another function, which name will be configure Google sign in. Okay, or configure Google sign, or sign in, we can say. Yeah, that's also fine. And here we have to write some platform specific logic. For example, if the platform.os equals to iOS, if it's iPhone, in that case, Google sign in dot configure. Okay, Google sign in, we have to import Google sign in from React Native Google sign in / Google sign in. So just install this library. Great. So open our terminal and type this npm I React Native Google sign in / Google sign in. All right, so it's done. Now we can close it and we can come back here. Great. And also we need another thing, and that is our make redirect URI and use auth request, what we will get from Expo auth session library, which one we have to install right now. So Expo auth session, just install it, and it's also done. Perfect. Now we can come back here in this Google sign in. Sorry, not Google sign in. Here we can add here our configure method. So first of all, the Google G will be capital, so Google signin.configure, and here we need to provide the iOS client ID, which will be process.env.expo public and the iOS Google API key. All right, so how will we get this Google API key for iOS? All right, so just come back to our .env file, just create a .env file in the root directory, something like this, and paste here our iOS Google API key, and the value will be, we'll get this value, just 1 minute, what is this is telling us, just save it. Okay, yeah, the earning will be gone right now. Okay, fine, let's open our browser. So let me wait, just open a new window, and here let me just search for Google Cloud Console. So Google Cloud, just go to console.cloud.google.com, and I am just opening our Becodemy account, and here you go. So you just have to open your Google Cloud Console account, okay? And if you don't have any Google Cloud Console account, then just create one. And if you're creating for the first time, it may can ask you for your credit card informations, okay? But don't worry, it will don't charge you any money. Just add your credit card, then you will be good to go. All right, so from here, actually, we can create a new project. And for example, here we can say that Becodemy app, okay, something like that. Then we can create it, and it's just creating our project. It will take some time, and after it's finishing, so now, yeah, here you go. So now we chose our Becodemy app. Great. Now from here, from the left side, we can click this API and services, and from here we can like click this credentials. Yeah, so we have to go to this credentials. We have to create an API keys, but before creating the API keys, we have to click this configure constant screens. Okay, now just wait a little bit. Here user type, so we can say that external, and then app name we can say Becodemy. Support email, that's our email, app domain and other things. And here we can add our developer contact email. Then we can click this save button. Great. So that's it, it's also done, and we can click this save to continue, save and continue, and back to dashboard. Now we can again come back in this credential, and we can click this create credential, and we can click this auth client ID, and just wait a little bit. Application type, this time this will be iOS application, and application name will be Becodemy. Bundle ID, how do you find out this bundle ID? Just open our app.json, and from here you will see our bundle ID, which is missing by the way. So we have to create a bundle ID. That's also very easy. We can do that by writing on command, and that is EAS configure. Okay, something like this. Command configure, command not found. What was that? It was configure command, I forget it. Okay, let me see. EAS configure, what's the issue? Create your first build. Yep. Okay, all right, this is the command, fine. But first just copy this command, that npm install g, then global, then EAS CLI. Okay, it will just take a little bit time. After that, you must need an account inside expo.dev. So just go to expo.dev and create your account by just coming here. Okay, for example, I already have an account here, so I'm already logged in my account. If you don't have an account, create an account and just do login. Great. So here, oh my goodness, it's taking so long time. We can stop our mobile app server right now. Okay, yeah, by pressing Ctrl+C. Yeah, we can like close it, and then we need to log into our EAS. EAS means Expo. What the full meaning? I forget it. Expo something. Full meanings. No. we can say Expo, then this will, yeah, Expo application services, EAS meanings. Okay, fine. So weird name, right? Yeah, now it's done. And EAS login, I don't need EAS login because I already logged in my Expo account, so I don't need to write that EAS login. What I have to do instead of that, I have to copy this command, that expo build configure. Right now you will see the magic. So this is our project ID. We can say yes, and then we can say all, and it's just created on eas.json file in here. Now we might be thinking, where is the bundle identifier? It's still missing, right? Yeah, that's missing. So right now we can create that too. For creating that, we can write this expo pre-build command. Okay, now notice it's asking us for our Android package name. So I already have com.becodemy.becodemy. I also have com.becodemy.becodemy official or something like that. So this is an unique name. You must need to add here definitely unique name. Okay, so I can for now I can say that com.becodemy dot, like, app, we can say. Okay, no, this will give error because it's already available. So com.becodemy.tutorial we can say for now. Okay, so for your case, just add your app name, and you can write com.yourappname.app. okay, then it will be good to go. Fine. So it's just taking some time, which is a very normal things. And notice it was for Android, and right now we're writing for the iOS. So press enter. Now notice here we are noticing some extra things automatically, like this is our package, this is our bundle identifier. Now we can just copy this, and here it's just giving us like some warning, which is fine, no problem, because it's again installing the all JavaScript dependencies, and then it's installing the Coca pods for like the iOS. Yeah, fine. So we can come back here now, and we can paste it, or bundle ID. And App Store ID, this is optional, App Store ID and team ID. So I just don't want to edit right now. Then I'm just clicking this create. Great. And here you go. This is our client ID. We can just copy this. We can come back here. This is not our API key, okay, but we need also this one. So I am just writing something for now, okay, because we need this later. Yeah, so I'm just saving it right now, and then I'm just clicking this OK, and this is our client ID. Now click here, and you will see the secret key. Just wait a little bit. So this is our client ID, and the secret key is protect your OAuth. Okay, for iOS, I don't know, this is I think new thing. iOS URL scheme. Interesting. Okay, let me just copy this one, and let's see. We can copy that, and then right now we can like comment this one. Yeah, fine. So Expo public iOS Google API key, that's done, and everything is done here too. Now we can clear it, and we can also like save it from here for now. Okay, fine. Now just minimize it, and it's giving that type warning again. So again, reload the window by pressing Command Shift P or Control Shift P. Yeah, now npm start, it will start our application. Press I, it will open the app inside the simulator. Wait, oh no, it's using development build, so we have to switch it to our Expo Go. Now press I, then this will open the app inside Expo Go. Great. So we can press on R from here, then this will give on a reload. Perfect. Okay, so turbo module registry, what is this? Google sign-in could not be found. Verify that a module by this name registered in the native binary. Okay, I think I found the problem why it's happening. And the problem is happening because we are running this app inside Expo Go, and Expo Go does not have these native modules. So right now what we have to do, we have to create our own development build. We cannot use that Expo Go app anymore right now. So what we have to do, simply let me just do one thing. Just open our terminal, stop the everything, and let me just type this one, rm-rf, then iOS. So we are deleting the iOS, and same thing do for the Android also, because we want to regenerate it again. Okay, now again just write that Expo pre-build, yeah, and just wait for a little bit. All right, it's done. Right now we have to write this command that eas build, and just wait a little bit because we have to open our eas.json file right now. And in here, in this build, in this development, we have to add few things for iOS. Okay, for example, here we have to say that the resources, resource class will be medium, first of all. And secondly, most important one, as we want to run this app inside simulator, so simulator must need to be true. Okay, again the resource class medium and simulator will be true. Okay, for iOS. And for Android, I think you don't need anything, because if you want to run this app inside your Android phone, then you don't have to worry for this. Okay, yeah, that's fine for now. Great. So now EAS build and profile, this will be the development one. And I want to run the build only for iOS this time. Okay, you want a build, you want to build a development client build for platform iOS. However, we detected that you don't have Expo Dev client installed for your project. Okay, so this is very important. We must have to install this library, otherwise in the development build it can do problem, and that is Expo Dev client. So be make sure that you are installing this library before running the EAS build. Okay, so now it's done. Now this time again just run that command, that EAS build profile development, and I just want to do it for iOS. If you want to do it for Android, you can do that. All right, so right now it's uploading to EAS build. The app size is a lot. Why it's a lot? Because a lot of assets already in our app, that's why. But don't worry, when we will publish the app inside App Store, the app size will be not bigger, because if you notice the Becodemy app in App Store, the size is just like 36 MB or something like that. If you think about the app, it's a very big app, but the size is really not that much. All right, so the build in progress, it will take some time, kind of like 7 minutes. Average it's take like 7-minute time. Okay, so we have to wait for this. So I'm just like, pausing the video, and I will come back when this will finish. All right, it took around 40 minutes for finishing this. 30 minute 41 second. Okay, it was the total time. Perfect. So right now we can download it. So here, notice, open this link to one your iOS device, or scan the QR code to install the app. Install and run the iOS build on a simulator. So as we want to run it inside simulator, so that's why I'm just pressing Y. But for you, you don't have to do this. You will find out on download button here. Just download it, or scan the QR code, then it will download in your phone. Okay, and then you can like scan the QR code to open the app. That's it. That's about like development build. Simple thing. Okay, so successfully downloaded app archive. Where's that? Now it's showing launching the app. Yeah, here you go. Perfect. So this is the development build. Perfect. Now we can just clear it, and we can write the command that npm run start or npm start, and this time we must need development build. Even it's in development build, so we don't need to switch it. We can just press I, then this will open the app inside here. Great. I'm noticing a small weird issue, and that is the splash screen is like not hiding. So just come back in this underscore layout.tsx and comment this one, this line. We'll see about it later why it's not working like that. Okay, just reload, and here you go. Perfect. Now you can again like uncomment it, and you can save it. Yep. Now next, and just click this Google. it will do nothing. But right now notice it's not giving us any error. Yeah, fine. Now come to point, what will be this Expo public iOS API key, because in here in this env I did, I think, some small mistake. This is actually not the API key. If we go back again here, not this one, we can delete, I mean close that one. In our application, this is actually the client ID. Okay, so copy this, and this will be actually the API key or client ID. Okay, this is actually client ID. We don't need this iOS URL scheme. Okay, this URL scheme should be in our app.json in here. Okay, this is the URL scheme and it's perfect. Great. And as we had updated the .env file, so that's why we have to restart our project again, otherwise it will doesn't work. So just restart it in pim run start and press on R, and here you go, just open it. I think that's same issue will appear again, so just comment that, and now give again on reload. When I'm giving on reload, it's notice closing the app. I don't know why, so we will see it later. Now next. Okay, perfect. Now come back here in this auth model, and in here this is fine. The iOS client ID is fine. This was for iOS. Now for Android, what we have to do? For Android, we have to write google signin.configure, and this time we need to add web client ID. Okay, because we don't have Android client ID in here. If you try to search, notice we don't have any Android client ID, so we have to add here web client ID instead of the Android client ID. Fine. Now again, come back here and just click this credential and create another credentials, and this time we want to create these credentials for Android. Yeah, and we need our package name. So for the package name, just come back in this app.json. From here we can just copy this package name. Okay, that's same name again in here, so we can paste it. And we need on SSA certificate fingerprint. Okay, how can we get this fingerprint? Notice they are also giving us on like command to get the fingerprint, so we can also copy that. Also we have another like command for getting that, but fine, we can also add this. This will doesn't work for us. Which one? Google suggesting us. And as I know, we can add here another command, that EAS credentials, for creating this. So EAS credentials, and we need for Android, we need for development purpose, and here we need actually Google service account. Yep. Then we want to create our, just wait, manage your Google service account. No. For push notifications, no. Upload your Google service account key. Yeah. And path to your Google service file. Sorry, I think I did mistake. Press Ctrl C. I did mistake. Again, write that ES credentials and Android, and for development, that's also fine. And this time actually key store, manage everything, need to build your project. And yeah, so we need to press enter here. Now set up a new key store, we can say, and this time assign a name to a build credentials. So this is fine for us. Generate a new Android key store, yes, and created a key store, and press any to continue, any key. So press any key, and here you go. Notice this is our SS1 fingerprint, what we need. So just copy this and paste it in here, and then we can click this create button, and here you go. Our Android client ID is also done. So this is the client ID. We can copy this and we can click this OK. And here instead of Android client 1, we can say Becodemy, and we can save it. Great. So that's it. And in here actually we don't need anything right now. We can press Ctrl C and we can close it. Great. Now we can come back here, and in our web client ID, just open this one, and this client ID is actually the the web client ID. Yeah, something like this one. Yep. Perfect. And then after this, we can run on use effect hook here, and we can actually call our this configure Google sign in, And in the dependency array, we can make it empty, no problem. Perfect. We can save it right now and we can minimize this one. Great. So here you can also add here .env, what we will do later, because if I just add it right now in .env, then I am going to restart the project. Okay, what I don't want to do right now. Yeah, so now let's just add here a try catch statement, and in the try one, just write await and Google sign in dot has play services, and in here just write constant user info and await and Google sign in dot sign in, and finish it like this. Great. Now here we will actually get our user info from Google. Yeah, and if it's catch any error, then console log the error. Perfect. Now if we save it and if we just open this, click this Google icon, then notice what will happen. Your app is missing support for the following URL. Okay. All right. After so long time of research, I found the problem, and the problem was kind of like a serious issue. Okay. Let me explain you what was the issue, why our app was not working as you expected. So the problem is, just come back in this app.json and let me show you a documentation. So just come back here in this React Native Google sign in. Let me show you how can you go there. Just search React Native. Google React Native Google sign in or something like that. Yeah, so React Native sign in and Google sign in, this one. Yep. Then you will find out this one, GitHub React Native Google sign in docs. Then click this get started and setting up and click this Expo setup. Okay. From here, notice they actually updated the system, and right now we don't need to add that inside iOS. Okay, that that info list and that CF bundle URL types and that CF bundle URL schemes, we don't need to write that in here right now. Instead of that, in this plugins we have to add something like this. Okay, on array sign, and here will be the package name. This is the React Native Google sign in / Google sign in, and then you have to give a comma, and inside this second bracket you have to write that iOS URL scheme. Okay, as per this documentation, just look at here. So same thing, and in here we have to add our own iOS URL scheme value. How we will find out it? Simply click this library, sorry, not library, I mean credentials, and from here, from this iOS one, just open it and copy your iOS URL scheme. Okay, it's very important, you must have to copy this. Great. Yeah, that's it. So right now when I'm saving it, then notice when I will click this next, and from here when I will click this Google icon, notice Google image, right now it's showing us Becodemy wants to use google.com to sign in. This allows the app and website to share informations about you. So we can click this continue, and here you go. So we can just click this, and then we will see our account information. So but wait, let me just give my account password and continue, and here you go. So this is the ID token, this is the email, and this is the the given name, family name, and the other informations what we are getting from Google. That's it. It's really very simple. So right now, if you're encountering some problem inside Android, then you have to also follow the documentation a little bit. Okay, and because I think in Android you must need to use the Firebase authentication system. Okay, for Firebase it's also very simple. You will find out this Google service file JSON. Okay, and you have to just create an account. You can just check this documentation. I will see this in the later. Okay, when I will test the app inside Android phone, because my Android phone is not close to me right now. So definitely I will check it also that the app is perfectly running in Android and iOS, because we're going to deploy the app inside Android and iOS both devices. Okay, so this is the documentation. You can check it. If it's working, very good. If it's not working, then just wait a little bit until I am testing the app inside the Android phone. Okay, yeah, so that's it. because we are not implementing here just on authentication system, we are also implementing the GitHub authentications, which is very easy because we don't use any library here. So that's not hard. Yeah. So now we can save it, and we have to create here another function which name will be auth handler. Okay. And in this function, we will actually receive some parameters, and that is like our name, our email, our avatar. Yeah. So name will be string, email will be string, avatar will be also string. Yep, perfect. And inside here, let me just create on simple object, something like this, and let me just add the name, email, and avatar. Perfect. And then right now we will do an interesting thing here. So just think about it. If we right now send these informations inside our API, then anyone can send any information in that API and they can create account without any validation or without even like doing anything, right? So that's why for protecting our API, we can use here JWT. Okay. And that will be like another technique what I like to use, like, in our app. Yep. So from here, just install a new library, and that name is Expo JWT. So just install this Expo JWT library and just wait a little bit. Yeah, done. And import JWT from Expo JWT. Perfect. Just write here JWT dot encode, because we just want to encode our user right now. So when we want to encode something, we must have to send here that secret key. Okay. So process.env.expo public our JWT secret key. Yep. And just copy this name, come back to our .env file, and inside here just paste it, and the value will be, so just go to website, just go to browser and search for JWT secret key generator and go to this first website. You can just choose it like 64 and you can click this generate, and then just copy this and paste it in here. Great. And that's it. That's our token. So it's ready right now. And after this, for now, just console log the token. Yeah, that's fine. Great. And in here right now, this is we can keep it like this, and in here simply just remove this user info and send here call await and call the auth handler, and in here we have to send our name, email, and avatar. Okay, after getting the informations from Google, we will call this auth handler, and we will send this name, email, and avatar. Okay, with the Google returned value. That's it. Now come back here and just click this Google. It will actually doesn't work because as we updated something in the .env, we have to just give on reload, restart our server. And now press R, so it will give on reload. Yeah, so be make sure that you are stopping the server by pressing Ctrl C, and then you are again restarting it. Yeah, now just continue, and let me choose my account, continue, and notice it's giving me on token. It means the authentication is successful. But right now what we will do, we will actually create our server. Okay, so for that we can just create a new folder in our root directory by giving name server. Okay, yep. So this is right now backend. So let's start to work for our backend. We will keep our backend very simple because we don't need to make the backend very big for this type of small application. Yeah, we can make it smaller, no problem. Okay, so now here actually just write npm init, package name, that's fine, version fine, description fine, Entry point, that's also fine. Test command, git repository, keywords, author, I'm just writing my name here. License, okay, and then you can write yes, fine. Now come back to the point, how many dependencies or packages we need in our backend. Okay, so here just write npm I nodemon, then not Prisma, skip it for now, .env express, and yeah, we can also install Prisma. So these are the dependencies. Just we make sure that you are writing the same spelling. Okay, then just install it, and then inside our this server folder, just create a new file by giving name, actually we can say index.js. okay, we can make a JavaScript file also, no problem. Yep. And inside this server, let's create a .env. okay, inside server folder. Okay, this is, yeah, and we need here some more folders like utils, middleware, and the last one is Prisma. Okay, file, we can do that. So how can we do that? Just write npx prisma db init. Okay, I think I did some mistake. Prisma init, something like this. Okay, so Prisma will be not available here. npx prisma init. Okay, yeah, this time it's working. Notice, I don't know last time why it didn't work, but fine, it's working right now. So we can just delete this one, I mean the comments, and here in this database URL we can add on database, what we will do definitely, but and otherwise for now it's fine. And in this utils folder we don't need anything for now. We just need on, yeah, we need on prisma.ts for connecting the Prisma. Yeah, so prisma.js, not ts, and here we can just keep it very simple, something like this. And by the way, we have to, I think, install this library also, I forget it. So npm I added prisma / client. Great. Now we can save it and just come back to our package.json. we don't need this test, we can delete this. Instead of that, we can add here div, which will call nodemon and which will call index.js, and start, which will call node and index.js. Yeah, and a few more things which is very important here, and that is our actually post install, okay, for Prisma. So this will actually generate Prisma. Yeah, fine, and that's it. So our work is done. Now here in this Prisma schema, for now I am just copying pasting some things, okay, for just saving time, the Prisma database model, as backend is not the main focus in this tutorial. Yeah, and here you go. So you have to just go to the source code and you have to just copy paste the schema.prisma. okay, you don't have to do anything. Okay, fine, and we can save it. Great. Right now we need on MongoDB database URL. So for that's why we can go to MongoDB website and we can create a cluster, or if you want, then you can also create the local one, I mean the local host MongoDB, I think 27017, that's the proxy or something like that. Yeah, so if you want to use the local one, you can use that, but for like development, I mean for production mode, we cannot use the local one. So that's why I'm just like creating the database. Okay, and I hope you know how to create the database, but still I am like just showing you quickly how to do it. This is very basic. You will find out a lot of tutorial of like how to create MongoDB database, even my tutorial, because in every of my projects I use MongoDB and I show like everyone that how can you create a MongoDB database. Yeah, this is like very normal thing. So something like this. From here I can just click here and I can create a new database by giving name Becodemy app, and I can click next. I am the project owner, then create project, and just wait a little bit until it's finishing the creating project. So it's always like, so take some time. It's a normal thing. And from here, from the network access, make sure that you are adding here this IP 0.0.0.0/0, which is like on global IP address. Anyone can access our database. Yep. Then database access, here we have to create on user, which is very important. So just come here and create on user. On password, we can auto generate this, and we can copy this. We can just click this add user. Yep. On role, okay. We have to just choose on role, built-in rules. Okay, so just click this at last admin, or if you want to specify the role, then you can do that, like read and write to any database or only read any database. So you can just do that. Okay, but I'm just like making it admin just for like as it's just for testing purpose. That's fine. And then from this overview, we have to create a cluster, and we can give this name to Becodemy. We make sure that you are choosing this one, M0 free, and if you need this paid one, you can also use that. Okay, but for testing purpose, we can make it free because it's also like they're providing us 512 MB like storage, which is a lot for us. Yeah, and then it will definitely take some time for creating the cluster, so just wait a little bit, then this will finish. So for just saving time, I am copying all of my existing database URL. So I cannot show you that because that's on secret database URL. I kind of like my own database URL. Yep. So let me just copy this, and that's it, done. So database URL updated, and let me see the cluster status right now. It's still creating. It's really taking long time, and this is normal things as we're using the free one. So it's always takes some time for creating a cluster. Okay, after finishing the creation, you can create on collections of database. Okay, let me show you how. So just click this cluster from the left side and click this browse collections and create on, and then you can like click this connect, and you can click connect MongoDB for VS Code. Okay, so notice it's like provisioning state, so that's why it's like not available yet. Okay, fine. Then you can copy paste that MongoDB database URL. Yeah, that's it. So right now in our index.js, at first write import express from actually express. Yeah. Then secondly, import our .env from the .env. Yep. And then import Prisma. So import Prisma from utils and Prisma. Import JWT, very important, from JSON web token. Okay, it's missing. So let's install this. I forget it, I think. So ls and cd to our server. Yeah. And npmi this JSON web token. We make sure that you are in this server directory. Great. Then JSON web token. Yeah. And then yeah, that's it. That's fine for now. And .env.config, then constant app equal to express, then we can define here our port. So we can say process.env.port, or we can add here 6000. So we can like define the port in .env. We can say 8000 or anything, whatever we want. Yeah. So that's it. And now here we can actually use middleware. Let me show you. So actually middleware to parse JSON request bodies. Okay, so that's why I'm just like, increasing the limit. Yeah, that's it. And right now the most important thing, and that is for our authentications. Actually that's the reason why we created our this server, right? The first one. Yep. So for the authentication route, yeah, we can add here on comment like user login app dot post. The URL will be /login. We can make it asynchronous, then request and response. Inside here we can use on try catch statement. Then we will get our signed token from our request dot body. Yeah, then we can add here our data, and we can use here jwt.verify method, and we can add here the signed token and the process dot env, then jwt secret key. Yeah, very important. Then we will get our data here. So if there is data, it means the request is coming from an authorized, right? The request is authorized. So that time we will see that is there have any user with this email, okay, by doing something like this. Okay, but let just give me 1 minute. Just go to our server again, cd server and npx prisma db push. Just run this command, it's very important. Yep, done. And then prisma.user.find actually unique. Yeah, find unique where we are getting the email, something like this. Yeah, and I mean we're providing email here. Okay, if the data.email is matching, then yeah, the user is existing here. So in that case we can actually call our send token function, what we will create. So then we can send this parameter, this is user exist, and the existing user which is already registered. So we can send that user in our this sign token. Otherwise we have to create the user. Yeah, so we can call await prisma dot user dot, and this time we can create our user where data will be like name. So data dot name, and email we can add that data dot email avatar data dot avatar. Great, so that's it. And then we can send again, we can again call our that send token, not sign token. This will be actually send token function. We can again call that in here, something like this. And in here this time we can call this user. Yeah, very simple. Okay, so now here this was the if. So if data is available, then we can do that, and otherwise just for now like raise.status 404 and JSON, and we will say that success false, and we can send on message also that your request is not authorized or something like that. Great. And if it's catch any error, for now we can just console log the error. Oops, error. Yeah, correct. Now just run the server by writing command npm run dev, and it's crashed. Very good. Cannot find module. Did you means import what the hell here? Import utils prisma.js. Okay, yeah, it's already there. Okay, All right, yep. So the rules in JavaScript is we have to specify the extension. What I forgot. So that's why it was like, it was giving us some error. And by the way, I forgot to just run my server. This is also a true thing. So how to do this? This is very simple. At the end, just write this app.listen, send our port, and console.log. We can say that server is running on HTTP localhost and that port. Okay, for now, yeah. And then at last we can export our default app. Great, we can save it right now. And again, just run npm run dev, and here you go. Server is running on localhost 8000. Great. So yeah, this is our URL, API URL. Now come to here. As we are getting our token, so right now we can send it to our backend, okay? But if we send it right now to backend, nothing will happen because we have to create that actually our send token file too. So send token, actually we have to create a new file in this utils by giving name send token.js. Yep. And here also we need to import JWT from JSON web token and export constant send token async user. We will receive the as parameter and response, then constant access token, and then we can call that JWT and we can call that sign method, and we will sign this with our user.id and process.env, then JWT access token secret. Okay, so this is one new thing. I will explain it later. Just give me a minute. So then raise.status 201 success and JSON success will be true and send this access token. That's it. So what we are doing here, this is actually we are, after the everything is okay, we are sending on token. Okay, this is for like, you know, for authenticating the user. Okay, we will store this inside the secure storage inside our app, the access key, okay, or something like that, access token. But your question is, we were sending on tokens, right, from our like login time, and here we are verifying that. So after that we are getting our data, right, that previous data. So again, see here we made on object and we were signing that, right? And from here we are again verifying that with the secret key and we are decoding the data, and then we're getting our that email and name and avatar again. And then we're like, you know, first searching the user, is the user is available. If available, then just automatically send token, send an access token, otherwise create it and send access token. That's it. Okay, that's about the logic. Okay, now we can actually call our send token something like this. Yeah, and here also the same thing, and we can save it. And notice here we are receiving user as parameter and response. Then we are just adding that user.id. We are signing with the user.id, and we need to right now add this access token secret in our this backend env. In this backend env, yeah. So access token secret will be, just go to browser and again search for the JWT secret key generator, and from here make it smaller like 32 and generate it. Then just copy this and paste it in here, and then that's it. So yeah, it's done. Right now we can, and the MongoDB database creation is also done. I don't know why it's giving us like something went wrong. Yeah. So browse collections. From here you can click this add my own data. You can add on database name, something like Becodemy. Collection name, you can say users, and then you can like click this create. Okay, and then from here you can come back to the overview again, and from here you can just click this connect. Yeah, and you can click this MongoDB for VS Code. You can copy this. You have to add that DB password what you created inside this database access, and at last after this add that our collection name, which is Becodemy, we created just some time ago. Yeah, that's it. So that is about connecting database. Okay, so right now come back here because our backend work is done. Here just write await and use here Axios. By the way, I think I forget to install the Axios library in our Expo project. So just write npm I and Axios. Yep. And here you go. It's done. So now import Axios from Axios. Great. So Axios dot post. Here we have to write that process dot env dot expo public server URI. Yeah, then slash our API root, which is login. Okay, great. And here we want to send this token with which name? With signed token name. Yep. So signed token and send this token. And then after this, we will actually get our response. And then after getting the response, we can do one thing. We can add here on variable, something like this, res. And then here we can call our secure storage. So I think we imported it. I mean, we installed it, or I don't know. Let me see. So we will get secure storage from Expo Secure Store. Yes, we already imported it. I mean, installed it before that Expo Secure Store. Then set item async, we can say. Then we want to store our access token. Okay, what we are getting from our server. Yep. And we want to make our model visible. I mean, just a minute. So here, okay. All right, we can also like skip it because as we will send our user to another screen, meaning steps, so we don't need to make the like model hide. Yep, that's it. So then this is our logic. So right now, I don't know if you remembered or not. If you notice our index.ts, our app index.ts inside our Expo project, here what did we write? That if is there have access token in the like in our secure store, then login is true. The logged in user will be true, otherwise false. So when there have access token, then the logged in user is true, and when the logged in user is true, in that case we will automatically redirect our user to tabs. Okay, so this was our logic. Perfect. So right now if we like do the authentication, I mean right now if we like click here, and if we just like click continue, it will doesn't work. Why? Because our Expo public server URI is still missing in our expo.env file. Yeah, so just paste it in here. And right now be careful in here, because in iOS simulator, if I write http localhost that like 6000 or 8000, which was our API URL, it will work. But in Android phone or in even iPhone device, like the personal device, it will doesn't work. Why? Because in that case we must have to write our IP address. Okay, so let me show you. just go to your settings, Wi-Fi settings. You will find out this IP address. So I'm just copying my IP address. Great. And here I am just writing the IP address like HTTP and then this one and then our like the server root, port. Yeah. So server port was 8000. So then we can add here on slash. Right? Oh no, we don't need the slash. Yeah, this is fine for us. Great. So as we updated something in the .env, just give on restart by pressing Ctrl C and again by writing npm run start. Now give on reload. Now this time I believe it should work. So let's go back here, click this Google icon, click continue and choose our Google account and click continue and just wait a little bit. Type error cannot read property of SIG bytes. Weird. What's the issue? Okay, one thing I just want to check. Expo public JWT secret key. Yeah, that's fine. So Expo public JWT. Oh my goodness, where's our JWT secret key? Damn, I've mistakenly deleted it. So it was the issue. I mistakenly deleted our JWT secret key. So just add it again, that Expo public actually JWT secret key, just copy this name. Yeah, Expo public JWT secret key. Go back to our that website again, that JWT key generator, and generate it. Great. Minimize it now. Paste it in here. And I'm curious because we also need this JWT secret key inside our backend. I think I forget or I mistakenly deleted it. The JWT secret key here in the backend.env. JWT secret key. And we don't need this Expo public secret key. Yep. Fine, we can save it. So that's it. That's about JWT secret key. So JWT secret key. Okay, fine, done. And this time actually this will work. So just restart again and give on reload. Yeah. And I believe this time this will work without any warning or error. Yeah. So continue and done and continue. So wait here a little bit. Okay, nothing is happening. Okay, our backend server crashed for something. Secret or public key must be provided. What the hell is happening? Again, something is missing in our backend server.env. So let me see what is missing here. JWT secret key is there. I think I found the issue. It was not actually .env issue. We actually forget to add here our that .env configuration, if I'm not wrong. Yep, this line, that .env.config and .env from .env. Okay, so again I want to console log this our access token secret. Yep, and I want to again continue. Okay, now it's working. Notice, but our model is not getting close, but it's going to the tabs. Okay, fine, that's giving error. Okay, no problem, but it's working right now after making the change in the backend, that send token.js. Yep. So right now we don't need this console log. We can remove that too. Now come to point. that here actually we have to close our model. So we can do that. We can send here our set model visible. Yep, as a prop. So we can copy this. We can come back here. We can receive this as a parameter. The type will be something like this. Small mistake. We can add here model, which will be Boolean. Yeah. Now, after doing the authentication successfully, we can actually make it false. Yeah. Now come to point, the push tabs is actually giving us error. Why? Because tab don't have any index.js. I think that's why. So make it index.tsx, not js, and rnf, like home we can say. Yeah. Or we can, yeah, that's fine. That's good enough for us. So now notice layout here. Now I know your question will be this, that how can we create our, how can we do logout right now, right? Because this is right now logged in. Even if I give reload, it will don't go to the onboarding screen. Notice it's automatically taking us to the tabs. Okay, so we can do logout for now. I mean, for just a short time. Instead of this get item in this app index.tsx, we can make it set item, and access token, sorry, not set item, make it delete item. Yeah, or remove item. What was that? I forget it. I think delete item async. So then we can add here await. Okay, so for now just make it something like this. Notice it's automatically taking us to our onboarding screen. Why? Because the token is gone. That's why. Yep. And go back to the previous one again here. Now our Google authentication is working. So right now it's time to make the GitHub authentication, which is also very easy. And for the Apple authentications, I will say that we can do it totally at last, okay? Because the Apple authentication system is a little bit different, and we have to go to our Apple developer console for that. I'll definitely show you that, don't worry. But at the last, when we will, like, work with the push notifications, other Apple things. Okay, so that's it. Right now, let's start to making the GitHub authentication. This is also very easy, but we just need to write some extra codes. Yeah. So our auth handler is done, and our auth handler work is also done. We don't need to worry for that anymore. So here we can just collapse the everything. After the configure Google sign in, from here we can start our GitHub auth code. Okay, so GitHub auth start, we can add something like this. Then GitHub auth endpoints. Okay, and here we have to add an authorization endpoint, something like this, which will be actually on URL. Okay, something like this one, https github.com login auth and authorize. We need actually our token endpoint, which is very important, which will be also same like this one. Okay, you can just, like, copy paste this. And another one is very important, that is our revocation endpoint. Okay, so this time I want to go to our browser again. I want to log into my GitHub account, github.com. Then from here, from the settings, from the developer settings, from the auth apps, here we want to create a new app by giving name Becodemy app this time. Okay, homepage URL, we can say becodemy.com. Authorize callback URL. This is important. So authorize callback URL. Here I think we have to add something different, and this was our authorized callback URL. So you can also like add something like this one, because I had authentication, GitHub authentication system in my website. So that's why I think becodemy.com API callback GitHub. Yeah, that's fine. Then you can click this register application. That's it. And this is our client ID. Yep. And we have to actually generate a new client secret this time. And this is my client secret. We just have to copy this right now. And let me just paste it, because this will be actually gone after copying it. Yeah. So I'm just keeping it in here for the next few minutes. That's fine. So then the revocation endpoint will be this one. So you can just also copy paste it from the source code. Now the most important thing, we need request and response. Okay, we will get this from our use auth request, where we have to send our client ID. So the client ID will be this one. Yep. And then the client secret, which will be our this one, which one we just copied some time ago. Yeah. And at last we need our scopes, which is also very important. Scopes. So we can make it identity, something like this. Yep. And redirect URI. So this is very important. Here we can say make my redirect URI, and we have to add our scheme name here. So scheme meanings are, I think, our app scheme. If we come back here, our app scheme is Becodemy. Yeah. So scheme will be Becodemy. Great. And for your case, you can just add your app scheme. Okay. Yeah. And then the GitHub auth endpoints, we can send it like this. Very good. And this time, just add another use effect hook. And if our the response type equals to success, then constant code response dot params. Yep, we will get on one time code, okay, from GitHub. Then access token, we have to call this function, what we will create right now, face access token. We have to face our access token. So constant face access token. For actually doing the GitHub authentications, we just need to write like a lot of code. This is true. And then here we will get our token response. We can call here await fetch, and we can add the endpoint, something like this one. The URL endpoint will be. Then here we can add the method will be actually post, and we have to send some headers. Then in the body, this is very important. In the body, we have to send our client underscore ID. And which client ID? This client ID. Okay. And we have to also send the client underscore secret. Okay. Which one? This one. Great. At last, we have to send on code. Which code? Which one we are receiving here? That code. Perfect. So after that, we will actually get here our access token. Okay, at last we will get the access token. And from where? From this token response.json. And this time actually we can call our face user info function, where we will send this access token, because we are almost at the end right now. Yep. So this is our last function, where we will get our all informations from the access token. Yeah. So make it async, and here also we will receive the token, the access token. and user response. Again, we can call here on GitHub endpoint. Okay, the endpoint will be something like this. You can just copy paste it, okay, because if you do any mistake in the URL, it will doesn't work. So headers and authorization, then we can say bearer and our that access token. Great. So then this time actually we will get our user data from GitHub. So this is really a long process. Now user response dot JSON, and this time we can again call our that auth handler function, our that like helper function. Then we can send this user data dot name, what we are getting from GitHub. We can send that email user data dot email and avatar. Which one? Also user data dot avatar underscore URL, as we are getting from GitHub. So that's it. GitHub authentication is ending here. GitHub auth, and we can say, yeah. So a lot of code, right? Yep. But I missed on small function, which is also very important. That is our handle GitHub login function, which will be actually on async function. And this is important because the rules of implementing any different authentication system when you are using like any browser. So the rules of Apple App Store is that you must have to open that inside app. You cannot take your user, you cannot redirect your user to any another browser. Okay, so they will just reject it. So you must have to open your app inside your own browser. Okay, your own browser meanings inside the app browser. Okay, how it's possible? We have a library for that, so that by implementing that we can open the browser like YouTube inside our app. We will don't take the user to like the YouTube website or something like that. How? I will show you. And we will use that same strategy everywhere, because otherwise Apple App Store will don't approve our app. They will reject the app. Yep, it happened with me when I wanted to like upload the Becodemy mobile app. Okay, so the library name is Expo web browser. I think it's already available. Yeah, it's already available here. If it's giving any error to you, then just install it. Yeah. So here, I mean here, this handle GitHub login function, just call that web browser and open browser async. Sorry, not browser async. Open auth session async, and we have to add our that URL. Yeah. And then make redirect URI. Scheme will be Becodemy. Yep, our app scheme. That's it. And if our result dot type equals to success, and there in the result there have URL, in that case only make the URL params like new URL search params. From the result dot URL split the question mark, okay, the search params, then we will get our code. Okay, we can say any for now. URL params dot get code. So what we are doing here, we are actually getting our security code from here. Okay, yep, something like that. Now why we will call this handle GitHub login. In this GitHub login pressable, so when someone will press here, it will just call our this handle GitHub login function. Now just come back to our app again, click next, and click this GitHub icon. Notice continue, and it's taking us to GitHub. and it's telling me to log into my GitHub account. So I'm just doing login quickly. All right, it's like giving some like weird warning. I really don't know why it's giving that. Redirect URI is not associated with this application. Seriously, okay. Let me see. All right, guys, I found a solution, and that is in here we have to add our authorization callback URL, something like this. I think this is the scheme, and then we have to write something like this. So just update your applications. Again, scheme meanings that inside your app.json. Okay, scheme, this one, this name, and then something like this on colon and then to slash. Yep. So just update it something like this, and this time I hope this will work. This will don't give any that type of like weird warning or error. So again, continue. Yeah, now it's working. So authorize and just wait a little bit. Okay, so it's really interesting. Okay, email is undefined. Interesting, email is undefined. That's really interesting. So let me see why the email is undefined in our GitHub auth. So just console log the user response, then everything will be clear for us. I mean user data, not user response, actually user data. Yeah, and just restart our backend server, npm run dev. Yep. Now again from here, click the GitHub account and do the authentication. Continue. Documentation URL, docs, rest, met, bad credentials. We did something wrong for sure. So let me see what we were doing wrong here. We are getting the token or not? Let's see. All right, so at last I found the small problem. Again, it was on small syntax error, and that is in here I forget to add this and sign. So be make sure that you are adding this and sign here too. Okay, if it is still not working, then just copy paste my code from here to here. Okay, then I mean not here from GitHub start, GitHub auth start to GitHub auth end. Okay, just copy and paste this one. That's it. And be make sure that you are adding your own GitHub client ID and client secret, and then everything will work for you too. Okay, so right now let me show you that everything is working. So I'm just clicking here, I'm clicking continue, then I'm clicking this continue, and here you go. We have our data here. Notice the response. Great. So right now we can just uncomment this one, and then everything will work. Okay, so just click this GitHub icon again, continue and continue, and just wait a little bit, and here you go. So right now we are in our main app screen. Perfect. So that's about Google and GitHub authentications, and I will show you the Apple authentications at the end. Okay. Yep. And honestly, working with Apple authentication is not that much hard because it's just work in iOS device, and it's really the setting up is really not that much hard. Yeah. Now in this tabs layout, let's start to working in this tabs layout. Okay, so here actually at first let's do one thing. Let's create a new folder. Okay, no, we don't need to create a new folder. We already have here hooks. So in this hooks, let's create a new folder by giving name fetch or something like that. Okay, so we will like add here or all fetch related things. Great. And in this fetch, add our use user dot tsx not ts. Yep, component, or we can say hooks. Great. So here import react and use effect. Wait, so from actually react. Yep, we need use effect, use state, and use callback in this file. Yeah, and import secure storage from Expo secure storage and Exgeos. Yep, that's it. Now here at first we have to set on authorization header. So every time when we will send something like on request, this function will set something in our request header. So let me show you how to do this. Just create an async function and constant token, not callback, yeah, something like this, await, and secure storage or secure store dot get item async access token. If there is token, then exios dot defaults dot headers dot common authorization equals to bearer token. Yeah, that's it. And then export constant, we can make it a default function. Export default function use user, something like this. Then here just make on user and set user use state hook, where the type will be something like the user type. Yep. So we will create this type, no problem. And we need here another state like loader and set loader, and another very important state which is should refetch or set should refetch, where initial value will be false. Now here we will fetch our login user data. So fetched logged in user data, run here on use callback hook, yeah, provided by React. Then set loader will be true. So we are using this so that we are not suffering any re-render issue. Yep. And after this, add here on try catch statement. Why this use callback? Okay, expected on arguments. Okay, fine. We will see that later, because here actually, sorry, I mean here to add something like this. Okay, great. Then here call our that authorization header and constant response await exios dot get process dot env and that expo public server URI, and the API URL will be /me, which API we have to create right now. We will definitely do that. And then just for like caching mechanism, just for like caching few data, we will cache our username. So we don't need to like send request every time. Okay, we can make our app very fast. So this is one technique what the like most people do in their app. Okay, I mean even Facebook also do this a lot. They cache the all frequent data, so next time they don't need to send request again. Okay, so we are just using here secret storage for now. Like we're storing our username, email and avatars. Every time user don't need to send request, I mean we don't send request to our server to get the data. Only when we need data, then I mean we need we need to update the data, or we need something else, then we'll send a request. Okay, so this is how we can like cache some data. Great. And then after that, here we have to make something different here, like finally set loader will be false. Okay, otherwise all the time the loading state will be true. Yeah. Now call here our use effect hook, that use effect snippet, and inside here that face user data, and return here that set should refetch false. Okay, yeah. In this dependency array, just add our fetch user data and should refetch. Then constant refetch, where set should refetch will be true. Then return our user, loader and refetch. Then save it. Nothing will happen, but this will actually give on, this is giving on type error. Fine, we can fix it. Just go back to our that configs global d.ts and here just add our user type. So I'm just quickly adding it here. And review type, okay, that's interesting. So we have to actually add here our alt type, like the review type and the other type. We don't need the discussions here. Let me see, discussions, is there available? Okay, no. Okay, fine. Then notification type. So I'm just quickly adding all the types here for now, something like this. Yeah, we can save it right now. Then notice this will don't give us any error right now. I mean type warning. Great. So now actually we have to come back to our server again. Why? Because we have to make a new route this time. So simply add here a new comment that get logged in user and app.get/me. Here we have to call on middleware, which name will be is authenticated. Okay, what we will create right now, no problem, but first request response and next, and then add on try catch statement, try catch. Constant user will be request dot user, then res dot status 201.json, success will be true, and we will show here the user information. I mean we'll send the user, yeah, and then console log the error. Great. If we save it right now, we will get error in our server. So don't save it, just copy the is authenticated name, come back in this utils and create our is authenticate. Okay, not utils, this is actually a middleware. So in this middleware, let's create our is authenticated .js file and export constant is authenticated. Here we will receive our request and response and also next, yeah. So add here and try catch statement again, and this time we will actually get here access token. From where? From our request headers. So request dot headers, we will get authorization token from our all request. Yep. If their access token, and if the access token starts with bearer, then it means this is actually invalid token. Bearer and space. Okay, we make sure that we are giving that space also. Then access token dot slice method use here. Then access token dot length. Yeah. So you might be thinking, what is the 7 meaning? 7 meanings 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, this bearer word length. Yep. Now verify the token. So we can verify that token by writing JWT, import JWT from JSON web token. Yeah. JWT dot verify that token, which one we received from our request headers, and now verify this with our JWT. access token secret. Yep. Now this time, after verifying, we are getting our user data ID, right? Because as we signed our JWT with the user data ID, that's why. Okay. So let me show you again how did we sign it. So if you go to the send token, notice jwt.sign with the user ID. So right now definitely we'll get back our user ID here when we will give the jwt.verify with this secret key or secret token. Yeah. So now prisma dot user, then find unique method where actually id will be the user data dot id, and then here actually I want to include few things. For example, borders, which will be true, reviews, which will be true, and tickets, which will be also true. Great. And then set our user in this request dot user. So what we are doing, we are attaching the user data to this request object so that we can easily get access from anywhere in our API. Yeah. And then we are just like calling the next. What this is doing, this is actually continuing the request. Okay, I mean continuing the step. For example, this is on middleware. What is happening here, at first it's calling the is authenticated. When it's finishing, then it's calling the our this API. Okay, then it's coming here. Without finishing this is authenticated, it will not come here. That's the power of middleware. It's always call before calling the API. Okay, that's it. So that's why after finishing everything, we're calling this next. It means it will continue to work in here. Yeah. Otherwise, if there's something is wrong, then definitely we have to send something that you are not providing the authentication token, or if you're providing, then also that's wrong. So we can do that by simply something like this. Yep. And did you notice that a catch is missing? I think. Wait, still just give me a minute. Okay, so I did small mistake here. Just copy this and add it in here. Okay, and here will be different thing. Here will be like the authorization error. Okay, for example, invalid token authentication failed, something like this. When the token is missing, then we will send this one. Yep. Now we can import our is authenticated here and we can save it. Okay, it's crashed. Interesting. Cannot find module is authenticated. We exported it. Okay, yeah, that's true. So added.js. Okay, really very bad this JavaScript system is. Okay, I got it. Fine, now it's working, but if right now send a request, even we will get back our data. Let me show you. So our use user hook is also done and our backend work is also done. So a lot of work is done. Now we are almost good to go. We can come back to our main work again in that tabs. So in the tabs, I just want to do one thing at first here. So first of all, let me add here use theme, which is coming from actually our use theme. Yeah. And our loader, we need our user loader state. When we are actually calling the use user, we need that loading state. Why? Because when the loading state will be true, I don't want to call these tabs. Yep. Now here in these tabs, we need to add some screen options like root, and inside here this will return something. For example, on tab bar icon, something like this, and here we can create on let icon name. If our root dot name equals to index, then icon name will be something like this one. Okay, so import feather from Expo vector icons, and we need a moderate scale from React Native size matters is iPad. So for iPad, the styling will be a little bit different, something like this. Then after this, here we can say else if our root dot name equals to courses slash index, in that case icon name will be different, and this time our icon name will be the book open icon. Yep. Else if the root dot name is resources and index, then in that case this will be document text outline, this icon. Okay, so you can also like copy paste this icon name one by one, what I am doing, to just like save a little bit time. Yep, so these are the icons names what we are using, and then here we have to return our that icon name. Yep, and we need to add some like we need to modify our tab bar a little bit here. For example, tab bar active tint color will be, when it's in dark theme, then color will be this one, otherwise color will be this one. Yeah, then tab bar inactive color, so when the tab bar will be active, then it will follow this color, otherwise it will follow this color. Now header shown, this is very important. So for actually when the root name is courses and index and resources index, then we want to make it true, otherwise make it always false. Okay, because we don't need header shown in that case. Yeah, and header title, here it's also interesting because when the root name will be courses slash index, then courses, otherwise show something like this. Yep, so we can customize the everything. This is the power of Expo actually. So then for the header title style, we can add some color, text align, and we can like update the font size also. Yeah, something like this. And for the header background container style, we can also add some style, for example something like this. Then also for the header background, we can add on blur view. Okay, so this will give us something like cool effect in the header background. So import blur view from Expo Blur, and then the tab bar level, show level will be false, so we don't need any tab bar level. And then add some tab bar style. Okay, I am just copying pasting it just for like saving some time here. Wait, I did some small mistake here. I can say is iOS, in that case theme.target or something like this, is Android, in that case 0. I mean some like styling, you can just read it from the source code, or just like simple styling here. Okay, when the device is iPhone, then make it absolute, otherwise static, otherwise also like absolute. I think for tablet that's one, and for Android the border left radius will be 0, for iPad this will be 20, otherwise 35. So this is like, you know, I tested this app in multiple devices like iPad, then iOS, like lot of devices, iPhone 11 or 12 Pro Max, even the 14 15 Pro Max. Even I also tried this app inside the iPhone SE, the smaller one, and I also tried it in a lot of Android device. So that's why it's like the responsive designing CSS here. Okay, that's why it's like bigger. Yeah, as it's working in multiple devices. All right, and then tab bar background, which is also very important. So this is for our tab bar background. Here also I added on small thing which I think we don't need. For example, we can just delete it, and here we can say is iOS, and theme.dark, then style sheet, import style sheet from React Native, and yeah, that's it. So that's about the tabs configuration. Right now if we save it, we'll see kind of like error, but don't save it. Just in this tabs, create some folder, for example courses and resources and profile. Now create index.tsx in all of these folder. For example, give this name to profile. In the resources, that index.tsx again, and here also make it resources, and profile resources done courses. Just add on index.tsx, then courses. Great. So that's it, work is done. Now it's very simple. Just add our the tabs.screen, that index, courses screen, then the resources screen and profile, the all like the tabs, okay, what we created some time ago. Yeah, that's it. Now we can save it, and here you go. We're watching here our courses, video lessons, and the profile one. Notice the beautiful tabs. It's really looking very beautiful, the bottom tabs, right? Now let me show you the interesting thing. When I'm giving on reload, in that case, notice it was at first hide and then it's just coming up here. Why? Because when the loading state is true, let me show you the logic also. Loading, yeah, the opacity. When the loader is true, in that case, make it 0, so it will be not visible. When the loader is false, make it 1. So you can see that. Perfect. Great. So that's it. Our tabs is also ready. Now we can start to working for our home screen from here. Okay, very good. So I am very tired right now. It's 4:07 a.m. I'm just still recording the content. So that's it. I will see you tomorrow. Hi everyone, Shahida here from Becodemy. And today we're going to doing a lot of work. So don't wasting time, let's get started. So let me close all the files and folders, and in this screens folders, we can create a new folder by giving name home. And here we can create our home screen.tsx. Great. And simple rnfs we can say. And here we will create on home screen. Perfect. Now come back inside our tabs, and in here just import our home screen. Perfect. And that's it. Just save it right now. Come back here in this home screen, just remove this everything, open a new terminal or new tab, and in here actually we have to right now install a new library which name will be Expo Linear Gradient. Okay, yep. So just wait a little bit until it's finishing the download. Okay, here you go, it's done. Now here actually we can import our linear gradient from not actually React Native SB. This will be must be from Expo Linear Gradient. Great. And in here we can just remove that, and let me just add here linear gradient. And here we have to define some colors. So I'm writing some colors. First of all, I want to add here like dark light theme, so that's why I'm importing use theme from our I did some mistake here. Use theme will be from our context and theme context. Yep. And here we have to receive the theme. Okay. And in this color, then we can write some logic like if the theme dot dark is true, in that case the color will be something like 180D41 and 2A2D32. These are the color codes, okay? And at last 131313. Yep. Otherwise, just white color and the F7 F7 F7. This will be the color code. Yep. And in the start and end, we just want to like modify the linear gradient a little bit. So x axis will be 0, y axis will be 0, and in the end time, x will be, oops, yeah, something like this. X will be 0 and y will be 1. That's it. And here let's add some style. For example, flex will be 1, and we can also add on background color. Like if the theme dot dark is true, then the background color will be 101010, otherwise white color. So that's it. Now we can save it. And then here we can create our first component, which name will be welcome header. Okay, so here there will be some header, right? So we have to just create that component right now. So import welcome header from, go to our components, and we have to create a new folder right now in the components, which name will be actually home. Then we can create our welcome dot header. So just let me come back here in this components. This is the components folder. Inside here we can create our home folder, and we can create that welcome dot header dot tsx, and here we can write this rnfs welcome header. Just come back here, and I really don't know why it's giving me that weird warning. I don't know. Let me do one thing, just remove it and re-import it again. Perfect. Now it's fine. So come back in our welcome header and let's start working in this welcome header. So this is a little bit bigger, but kind of like the similar with the previous one. So at first here we also still need that use theme. So import it from context theme provider. Then we need some more things. So we have to make actually another hook, okay, which will be kind of like, you know, kind of like on helper hook. So here in this hooks folder, we can create our use user data.tsx. okay, here we'll just do just a little bit few things. Let me show you what we will do here. First, let me just write here rnf, and yeah, that's here it's fine. And here just create on name and set name use state. Initial value will be empty string. We also need our name, email and avatar, so just do it quickly. Then let's create on use effect hook. Inside this use effect hook, we have to create on actually a function, something like this, that get user session. So here actually we are like, you know, that taking our data from our like cache. Okay, we added in our SQL store. So right now we are like, you know, getting back those data in our application. So we can use this everywhere, okay, because this will actually don't send any request to our database or to our server. So that's why it will be very fast, as we are saving the data inside our SQL store, and SQL store will be always in our app. So we can just take the data very fastly without even like, you know, any loading time. Yeah. And here in the email, we can add SQL store dot get item. Here will be email. For the avatar, SQL store dot get item avatar. Perfect. Then we can actually set our name with this value, and set email with this same value, and at last set avatar with this avatar value. Yeah, at last just call this get user session, and that's it. And from here just return our name, email, and avatar. Perfect. Now save it, come back here, import our user data, and inside here actually we need our just the user name, so we can just distract it from here. And then we also need another state, which name will be notification length, and set notification length. Okay, so by default this value will be 0. Perfect. Now here also we need another linear gradient, so import linear gradient from Expo linear gradient. And then here we need to add our colors, so I'm just quickly adding the colors. You can also copy paste the colors, okay, the color codes. And the position also, like the start and ending position. Yep. And for the style we have to create on styles dot header wrapper. So let me just come back here, header wrapper. Inside here there will be just like few stylings, and honestly it's not few, it's really kind of like a lot, but these are the stylings. So let's install is have notch, is iPad, the vertical scale, is Android, and that moderate scale. Yeah, so what is this actually? Notice this is giving us the header wrapper, the actual view here, and we are adding here height. So for each have notch, it means like some iPhone device has notch. Okay, for example the iPhone 13 or like 12 or the previous versions, because right now newer version don't have actually the notch, because right now we have dynamic island. So when it have notch, the size is a little bit different, so that's why we're writing like a little bit different logic for the different devices. Okay, that's it, and it's currently responsive right now. Okay, so yeah, that's it right now. In this linear gradient we can actually add our status bar. Why? Because this status bar need to be must white, so add something like this status bar, and bar style will be light content, so it's really looking beautiful right now. Yeah, then let's create another view here where style will be something like flex direction row, and the padding top will be something like, so is there having notch, then there will be another logic. And here we also need to write this one, if it's iPad then vertical scale 30, otherwise vertical scale 40, and otherwise the vertical scale 30 again. I'm really confused here what the logic meaning actually. When I was writing this, I know this better, right? Okay, in here this is like if they're having notch, then this one, okay, actually 40, and otherwise vertical scale 30, and if it's iPad then only 30. Okay, that's why it's a little bit like complex logic. Yeah, and then justify content, oops, here justify content, which will be space between. Okay, and here let's add another view with on text, and the text styling will be something like this one. Font size will be, our font size is dot font 32, so 32, yeah. And this time text color will be must white, and the font family, which is very important here, we are going to using the Poppins 600 semi-bold. Okay, and here we can say that hi, and the username which we're receiving from our hook, we can split that, and we can just receive the first word. Okay, so this will return us the first word. At last we want to give one comma, so it's like hi Becodemy or something like that. Yeah, then after this text we want to add another text where we will just add something like this, that let's start learning. And here we want to also add some styling, like some custom style, yeah, which will be very simple, something like this one. Font size will be 22, color will be white, font family will be something like this. Yep, it's really looking beautiful. Now after this view, let's add another view. Okay, and here let's add style, like flex direction. This time here will be row. We need some gap. I think gap is not applicable here. Yeah, we can skip this gap for now. Yep. And here let me add on pressable from React Native, and when someone will press here, we will do this later because right now we don't have that notification screen. Here actually we're making the notification icon. So style will be something like this one, that position will be relative, width will be 45, so scale and 45, height will be same, scale and 45, border radius, this will be actually 10, and the background color, if the theme dot dark is true, in that case we don't need any background color, so we can make it transparent. Otherwise the color will be something like this 1004 FAB, yep, something like this. So that's it. We can right now save it, and we also need some border width. So if the theme dot dark is true, in that case 1, otherwise 0. For dark theme we need border, we don't need border for light theme. Border width, sorry, border color, not width right now. Border color will be theme dot dark, then white color, otherwise we don't need any color, so we can make it transparent. Yeah, something like this one. That's it. Actually we just need more two things here. I know it's looking a little bit bigger. If we want, we can make here something like, you know, that notification wrapper or something like that here, that notification wrapper, and we can paste it in here. Okay, in that case the theme.dark will actually doesn't work, so that's why I was writing that inline css. Okay, fine, then we can just cut these three things and we can come back here. In here we can write that notifications, sorry, styles dot notification wrapper, and here we can paste it. Perfect. And then we can come back here. Then here you go, this is the thing what we are doing. Yep. And here actually we need an icon. From any icons we can import any icons from Expo vector icons. Okay, and the icon name will be actually here that notification sharp, and size will be something like this one. Great. And right now we need here on batch, so we will make that. Then simply add here a new view with style, something like this one, styles dot. Okay, and let's create it here by just coming here. This will be simple, something like this. Yep, the width will be 13, height will be 13, background color will be something like this one, border radius 100, align item center, and justify content will be center. Perfect. And then after this we have to add here some more css. For example, position absolute, right will be actually, we can use right now window width 15, and top will be actually that window height 10. Yeah, and then inside here actually we can add our text with style, something like font size will be font sizes dot 14, font 14, and the text color will be white. That's it. Inside here we can add our that notification length. So right now we can save it, and here you go, this is the preview. So it's really looking beautiful. It's kind of like on badge. So we can also like use some badge. I think it's already available in React Native, but fine, we can like make it custom also. That's also fine. And then after this traceable, after this view, after even this view, let's create another view where style will be something like position relative. Yep. And here just add on text input, import it from React Native. Here just add the placeholder, something like this, search for topics and courses. For the style, we can use here styles dot, oops, this will be actually third bracket, yeah, styles dot input. So the input style will be a little bit bigger, so let me just like do some copy paste here. Yeah, so this is the height, like 35, otherwise 40. When like each have notch, then 35, otherwise 40. Background color will be this one, color will be this one, margin top, font size, you can just check one by one. Okay, I'm just right now saving it. Perfect. And then after this, here let's add some more dynamic thing here. For example, if the theme dot dark is true, in that case this will be actually transparent. Okay, there will be no background color, otherwise the background color will be white. Yeah, for the border width, this will be something like theme dot dark is true, then 1, otherwise 0. Yeah, same for the border color. If theme dot dark is true, then white, otherwise like we can make it empty, because that will be definitely no border. Yeah, for the color we can say that when the theme dot dark is true, then this will be actually white color, otherwise black color. Perfect. Now after this, we can write the placeholder text color, which will be for dark theme white, for light theme dark. Yep. So that's it. Right now here we can type something. Perfect. Now after this, we can add on traceable, and style will be very simple. That position will be absolute, and the right will be the window width and 10. Top will be window height and 16. Yeah, and inside here we can add on simple icon, which name will be something like evil icons, I mean the provider, and the icon name will be the search, and then size will be something like this one. Yep, perfect. So that's about our welcome header. It's really looking beautiful right now. So our welcome header work is done. Right now you can move to our next component, which will be actually our home banner. But from here, the scroll view will start. So import scroll view from React Native, and in here, the vertical scroll indicator, make it false. Perfect. And add here our home banner component, which will be a very simple component for now. So home banner, just go to our components, then home and home dot banner, we can say. Yeah, so inside this component, inside this home, we can create our home banner component, something like this one. Okay, simple home banner. Now I don't know why my VS Code always do this with me. I mean instantly it's not show us. Yeah, now fine, home banner is here. So the home banner will be very simple, so let me just do it for you. Here we will just use one swiper, and for that we can use on library, which name will be React Native Swiper. Okay, so React Native Swiper, import, install it by writing this command npmi React Native swiper. Perfect, done. And in here, just import our swiper from React Native swiper. Perfect. And for the banner data, let's come back to our that configs constants. Yeah, so here actually we can write our banner data. So we can say that banner data something like this one. I'm just copying pasting it because it's a static data, that's why. You can also like do copy paste here. Okay, so then I'm just saving it, and then I'm just again coming back here in this home banner component, and from here actually we need to make on handle press function, where definitely this will be on async function. Item we will receive here, which type will be string, and here we have to call our web browser. Okay, which web browser, that web browser which one we were using in our like the for the GitHub authentications. As I told you that, you know, for doing like anything, for example, we want to run YouTube in our mobile app. I mean, we want to redirect our user to YouTube, so it's not possible. We have to open YouTube inside our app, inside our app browser. Okay, something like that. Otherwise, App Store will don't approve our app. This is kind of like on rules what happened with me. So then open browser async, and here we can just send this item. Perfect. And then here actually in this style, this will be actually styles dot container. So very basic stylings here. We just need padding vertical. So vertical scale 10, padding horizontal will be also vertical scale 7. Yeah, and then we can save it, and here right now we can add our swiper, and in this swiper props let's add our dot style, where we will send styles. I mean, we have to write the styles for dot. Okay, so we can write that. That's very simple. Styles dot will be something like this. Okay, so this is just for the like swiper dot. Okay, we're like customizing it. And for the active on, for the active dot, we can add something like this. We're just changing the background color here. Okay, yeah, and otherwise we need another one, styles, that is for slide. Okay, for the each slide. Yeah, so we can save it right now. And here right now after the dot style, we have to definitely send that active dot style, which will be very simple. That styles dot active dot. We want to play automatically, so autoplay must need to be true, and autoplay timeout, so we can modify it. So here I'm just writing that 5 millisecond. Then style will be something like this, height. So is iPad is true, then moderate scale we can use 240, otherwise moderate scale 230. Yeah, that's it. And then here let's import banner data from our that configs folder, then map item and index type will be actually number. Yeah, and return here directly, so use the first bracket, then import traceable from React Native, and here there will be just another comma. Yeah, and here too. Yep, perfect. So in this traceable we have to define the key, which will be index. Style will be that styles dot slide. Yeah, and one press will be actually when someone will press this will call our handle press, and this will send the item dot url. Perfect. Now here we can add our image, import it from React Native. Here we can add source, something like this one, that item dot image. And for the alter, okay, we don't need any alter here, so you can keep that empty. Style height will be, if it's iPad, then a moderate scale 200, otherwise moderate scale 185. Object feet need to be cover, border radius need to be like 5. Yeah, then we can save it right now, and here you go, our data is here. Perfect. So that's actually about our home banner. It was very small. I told you this, that this is really very small component. Yeah, so it's also done. Right now we can start our next component, so which will be something different. So let me show you. Here we can create another view, and here we can just create on style. So we can say that margin horizontal will be window width, we can use 20, and margin top, this is important, here we have to use vertical scale and -25. So this is interesting because we are just like taking our this view to a little bit top. Okay, minus, that's why. And here let's add another view with some small styling, that flex direction will be row, and margin top will be window height and 5. Yep. And inside here we can just add another text with something like this, popular. And in here we can add another style, something like font size, font sizes, font 35. Okay, so font 35. Oh yep, I did spelling mistake. So font 35, yeah. And font family will be something like this one, Poppins 500 medium. And the text color will be, if the theme.dark is true, then white, otherwise black. Yeah, so you can save it right now, and here you go, popular. And right now we need something special, something like on gradient text. So how can we make that actually? So we can use a component for that, because we need this gradient text in a lot of places. So that's why I'm just like making a component for this. So here I'm just like sending some props in these components, for example, text, which text you want to add, and just some font sizes, for example font 35, and that font family, sorry, this will be actually font size. Yeah, and then that font family, something like the Poppins 500 medium. Now let's make our gradient text. So import, oops, here we can make it import gradient text from, go to our components, then go to common folder, we have to create this common folder, then we can make this gradient dot text. Yeah, so just come back here again in the components, in this components folder, create a new folder by giving them common, then that gradient dot text dot jsx. Yeah, so inside here at first write something like this. I don't know why the suggestion always don't work correctly. Oh yeah, because here RNFS, so the gradient text. Now from here import the gradient text and save it. It's giving type warning, that's fine, type error. Just receive here text and styles. Yeah, which type will be something like this, text type will be string, and the styles type will be actually any. Yeah, so now we can save it, and here you go. And in here actually we have to use a new library which name is React Native Masked View. Okay, so just install this React Native community and masked view. So just import this masked view from React Native community and masked view. Yeah, and we also need here our linear gradient from Expo linear gradient. Yep, that's it. Now come back here, and in here actually let's use our masked view, something like this. Here we have to add our mask element. What is this? Masked view cannot be used as a JSX components. Okay, fine. For now, just like, you know, skip this warning. We will see this later because it's working actually. And here we have to add the mask element. Okay, something like this. And inside here we can add on linear gradient. So actually working with like mobile apps, it's not very similar with like web development or something like that, because for adding on gradient text it's very easy, but it's not that much easy in mobile app. You have to do a lot of hard work here. So here the color code will be something like this for our gradient, linear gradient, and otherwise the next color one will be something like this one. Yep. And start and end, I will explain with you again this one. Okay, then you'll understand what is this. Now if I save it, notice it's working here perfectly, and we need just on space here, I mean something like this. Yep. And the styles for pop-ins, 500 medium not working. Let me save. Now it's working. Yeah, it's looking beautiful. Okay, this was I think perfect. We can just remove that. No, yeah, something like this. Or even we can just add here, you know, some, for example, padding left. Okay, that for example we can say that scale of 2 or 3 we can say, or we can use here 5 too. Perfect. So that's it. Notice it's looking really beautiful as like our website one. Yeah, and this masked view was giving us some weird TS errors, so we can you know that we can easily like opt this one, right, with just writing this TS ignore. So this will ignore the TypeScript warning. Yeah, that's it. So gradient text is also here. It's looking beautiful. Now here we have to add another like text, so we can add that after this actually view. So after this view, again create our another view with that same styling, flex direction row, and that align items center. Yeah, and view, and in here let's add style, where background color will be something like this one. Width will be our window width and 15. Height will be window width and 15, and the border radius will be 100. Yeah, and inside here we can add our that subtext, or kind of like that, you know, this was the title, this will be subtitle. Yeah, so this was that dot, that beautiful dot. This was this view, and here we need our that subtitle, that our comprehensive project based code says, or something like that. But for that's why we have to write here some styling. So for example, oh wait, I did some mistake. This view will be actually on self-closing view. Yeah, and then we can paste out that text. Yep. And in here actually the font family will be our Poppins 400 regular, and our font size will be that font sizes and font 18. Okay, padding left will be window width and that 5, The color will be something like this one, theme dot dark. If it's true, then white, otherwise black. Yeah, so right now save it, and yeah, it's really looking beautiful. That's it. Now after this view, we can write something like this. When the loading state is true, we will make this, then we can show some scale tone. Okay, so we will do that. For now, just give one comment. Otherwise, we wanna show our courses data. Okay, so yeah, fine, but let's make this loading state right now. So for that's why here just make on use state hook loading and set loading. This will be actually our course loader. Okay, so here by default we can make it for testing. Right now we can make it true. Yeah, so right now actually we have to make some scale tone. So making scale tone is really interesting. Let me show you how can we do that. So in this utils folder, where's our utils? Okay, utils is missing, so let's create a new utils folder in the root directory. So something like this. Here we can create our on scaleton.tsx or something like that. Okay, so for saving time, you can also copy paste this skeleton. Okay, because this is a like common component we're using everywhere, and we're using this moti and skeleton. Okay, so we have to install this actually moti, and I think we don't need to install this moti skeleton for because this is coming from moti. I don't know, let's see. Just wait a little bit, and then you will see the magic, like what the skeleton is actually doing. It's just like common component. Yeah, we don't need to install this morty slash skeleton. We can save it right now. Fine. And here we can call our that skeleton. Yep, now we can save it. And okay, loading is true, then skeleton. Just give on reload actually, then I think it should work. Why it's showing very small or something like that? So copy skeleton and paste it again here. Okay, sorry, we did some mistake. So we must have to import this skeleton from actually our here. So what did we give name here? Okay, so change this name to skeleton loader or something like that. We can change it to skeleton loader. Yeah, so then change it because it's like matching with the Moti view, so that's why it was not working perfectly. Yeah, now you can save it, and here you go. This is what I was talking about. It's looking so beautiful, right? The skeleton loader when there will be loading state in our course. Okay, then this will show something like this. Perfect. So right now we have to fetch our courses data, right? But we don't have any courses data, right? We didn't create any course. Yeah, so for creating course we must need on admin dashboard, right? From that admin dashboard we will create courses. Even if you want, we can create that like public notifications. I mean, everyone will get a notifications. You can create that from the admin dashboard, so we will do that everything. But right now, for now, what can we do? Alright guys, as we don't have our course data yet, because for like adding the courses data we must need to go to our admin dashboard, but which we will do in the next video, okay, in the next part. Okay, but before that, so right now quickly you can start our profile screens at the other screens, then we'll again come back here with like some static data, and we can like make on something like similar with our database model. Okay, so then at last we can like work with our admin dashboard, because that will actually have web applications, that will be not mobile app. So we will just make our admin dashboard, we'll control the full mobile app with that admin dashboard. Okay, yep. So for right now, just come back to our profile screen and let's start working for the profile screen. And that's so beautiful. The most beautiful screen in our app is this profile screen. So in this roots, not roots, tabs and profile. Yep. So at first create here our profile folder, profile, and create here profile dot screen dot tsx and rnfs profile screen. Save it right now. Come back here. This will be profile screen, something like this. Then save it right now. In this profile screen, at first we need here our theme, so we can import our theme from our use theme. Sorry, just use theme. Yep, from that context and that our theme context. Then this time we need our user and the loader. Why? Because here we need user in some time, so that's why we just want to use our hooks. Okay, and this time we must need the loader. Yep. Then here we will also get our name, email, and avatar from actually our user data. Okay, from the cache. Yep. And then here we can write on style, something like this, styles dot container, where the container will be very simple, something like this one, flex1, and background color will be something like this. Yeah. And then after this background, after this container, styles dot container, let's add here on background color, new background color. So if the theme.dark is true, then 101010, otherwise this color code. By the way, I don't think then we don't need this background color, right? Yeah, just keep it flex1, fine. So that's it. And then right now here we need our linear gradient. So from Expo linear gradient, import it. Then in here we need our those colors. So the colors will be something like this one. So not array sign actually. Yeah, if theme.dark, then this one, otherwise this one. Then the start end, we must need this one, and we need on header, styles.header. So let's just do this. This is very important. This is kind of like one of the main styling here. Yeah, so here we have to add our height, something like this, 180, and border left radius will be something like this, right radius will be also same. So okay, this is not border left, this is border bottom left and right radius. So we can right now save it, and here you go. This is how it will look like. And then here in this linear gradient we can add our status bar, because we must have to tell that every time the status bar color will be light content. Okay, yeah, all the time. So right now it's light, fine, but for dark theme also we need it to be light. So save area view, import it from actually React Native. Yeah, and here there will be some styling, something like this. Here if Android, then vertical scale 20, otherwise 0. Yep. And then here we need on view, something like this, header content. So header content meaning just the flex direction row, align item center, and justify content space between. Now inside here we need our profile text, okay, and the header title. This will be also very simple, header title. For saving time, you can just copy paste the styling also, okay, so then you don't need to like write this everything one by one. Okay, yep, something like this. And we also need our profile wrapper and like the other few styling. So For just like, that saving time, I am also like just copying, pasting it in here, something like this. So we have to import this. Yeah, now we can save it, nothing will change. But after this profile, let's add here another view with our that theme switcher. Okay, so we have to make this theme switcher right now. It's a very, very important component. Okay, so import our theme switcher, or make this theme switcher inside this components folder, and in this common folder here we can make our theme switcher. Yep, and our that theme switcher, we can save it and we can import it here. So in this theme switcher, just import our theme and toggle theme from our distract it from this use theme. Okay, use theme import from context and theme context, and then we have to make on state, use state, like something like is one and set is one. By default this will be actually if theme.dark is true, then false, otherwise this will be true. Yeah, now we need on animated value or something like this. So import animated from React Native, reanimated, sorry, not reanimated, just React Native. Yep. And here we are saying that animated value, so if the theme.dark, dark theme, then 0, otherwise 1. Yeah. And here we need to make on simple toggle switch function, something like this. Okay, so animated.timing to value, if is 1 then 0, otherwise 1. We're just adding here 300 millisecond time, and we're using that native driver. Okay, we're not using the native driver here, we're making it false. And then start the toggle theme, and at last make this set is 1, do it on toggle here. And then here we need another translate x simple, like on variable. Here what we're doing, we're writing that animated value dot interpolate, and this input range like 0 1 and output range 2, and here just the size. Okay, yeah. And then at last instead of view, we need here on touchable opacity, import it from React Native and just add it in here. And then here the one press will be actually the toggle switch, and the style will be something like styles dot our switch container. So just come back here, switch container. Here we need lot of styling. So again, for just saving the time, I'm just quickly just adding those styling here, something like this. So if Android, then 44, otherwise 42. If it's have notch, not have notch, then vertical scale 23, otherwise this few logics. Yeah, now here we can say that switch container. Yeah, and then inside here we can add our animated dot view, and this will be actually a self-closing component. Yeah, then style, here we have to write our styles dot circle, and the last thing is that transform, where we have to add our that translate x. Yeah, that's it, it's done. Now let's see the magic. So here you go, this is the magic. It's really looking beautiful, right? This is our dark theme. Great, perfect. So theme switcher work is also done. Great. So after this theme switcher, what we need here, after this view, actually everything is done here. Now we have to start our profile wrapper. So profile wrapper, here let's add on view with style, something like this, styles dot profile wrapper. and the background color will be the theme dot dark if it's true, then 121121, otherwise white color normal. And that shadow opacity, if the dark theme is true, then something like this, otherwise this will be something like this one. Okay, for the shadow opacity. Yeah, and then here we can add another view with some style like flex direction row. And right now notice it's really looking beautiful, right? And here, and then here let's add image and import image from React Native. Then here the source will be something like this. URI will be our avatar. Okay, avatar meanings we're getting it from this user data. Then style will be styles dot our profile image. Now we can save it. Here you go, it's really looking beautiful. Then after this, here we can add another view with styles dot profile text container, and we can add here text with style something like this one, styles dot profile name, and the text color will be, if the theme dot dark is true, then white color, otherwise black color. And then name, so we can save it right now, and here you go. And after this one we need another text which will be for our email. So add here email, and for the styling just styles dot profile title. Yeah, we can use this one. Save it now, and here you go. Sorry, not profile title, sorry, header title. This will be profile title. Yeah, now it's looking perfect. Then after this view, after this one, here we can create another view with styles dot our that status container, stats container. Yeah, and here actually we need another linear gradient. Notice how many places we're using these linear gradients. Yep, and this will be something like this one. Style will be style dot stats box, colors will be something like this, and start end will be also something similar like this. Yeah, and here we are writing something similar like this, user orders and length. For you this will be always like 0. Okay, but as I am like using another database, so that's why it's showing me some data. Yeah, so then after this linear gradient, we have to create another linear gradient, something similar like this one, but I think the color will be not same. The color will be a little bit different here, something similar like this. Yeah, and this time here we have to just, for now, just write here static 0. Okay, and this is actually our certificates, means the course certificates. Yeah, that's it. So it's really looking beautiful. Yep, now we can finish this profile wrapper. Now again, see what did we do. So it was something like this, or the light, and this is the dark one. So it's different, right? Now here, after this profile wrapper, let's add our profile options. Okay, so profile options, and here we have to add another scroll view where our vertical scroll indicator need to be false, so shows vertical scroll indicator false, and some basic few things, that padding scale will be 20, just basic styling. Yeah, then here we can add our that traceable from React Native, And again, we need some sort of styling here, and this will actually send us somewhere, okay, where we don't want to send it somewhere right now because we don't have any another screen now. Yeah, so I'm just making it, I mean, empty right now. And we need another view with flex direction, row, and align items center. Yeah, a lot of designing stuff, right? Yeah, this is the bad thing of like, React Native when you're writing raw CSS. Okay, raw CSS means you can also use here like libraries, like for example what we use inside web development, like ChatCNUI. We have native wine, that's also very beautiful. Definitely we'll use that, but not the first time. We'll use that from our next upcoming projects. Okay, even if you purchase our course, then you will see like a lot of libraries, lot of shortcut things, that how can you do a lot of shortcuts when you're like making mobile apps. Yep, so I am highly really recommending to you that you can purchase the mobile app development course. You will learn a lot of new things from this. Okay, and here I'm creating another view with some text that enrolled courses. Here the text styling will be actually this one. Now you can save it. So yeah, that's it. And then after this we need actually another text. Okay, this is a kind of like our subtitle or something similar like that. So which is explaining this, that yeah, you explore your all enrolled courses. Okay, yeah, notice in light theme the color is also updating. Beautiful. And this is about our enrolled courses. So right now we can call up this one. Okay, we can create something similar like this. So just copy and paste here, then new enrolled courses coming here, but instead of enrolled courses we want to make it course leaderboard. Okay, and for the next line text we can make it, let's see your position in leaderboard or something like that. Great. Again, copy paste our that traceable because we need here more items, so we can just copy and paste it in here. This time this will be actually my tickets, so just add here my tickets. And for the subtext or for the like subtitle, we can add something like this one: explore your all support tickets. Perfect. Then after this we can oh, by the way, I forget to change the icons. Yeah, that's very important. So for the course leaderboard, the icon name will be leaderboard icon, and we're getting it from material icons. So just use here material icons. So import material icons from Expo vector icons and save it, and here we go. Then for the my tickets we are using another, actually we're using right now a material UI community. Okay, material community icons. So import it from Expo vector icons, and here you go. It's looking beautiful now. Great. Now we can again copy over the traceable. We can add here again something like this one. Then in here we can say that this will be right now support center. Okay, so support center, and the icon will be right now from font awesome. Icon name will be support. Save it now. Here you go. So that's it. Now we can again copy our traceable. We can paste it in here. Then oh, by the way, I forget to change our the support center text, so let me just change it. So I mean this subtitle, yeah, so this will be something like this: explore our fastest support center. Yep. Then for the next one here, this will be our settings or notifications. Okay, notifications, this one, yeah. So like we're just adding it so that it will look more beautiful, because notification is already available like in here, but I'm just adding in here so it will look like more beautiful. Yeah, more complete app, something like that. So, and for the icons, we want to use here any icons, and any icons providers, and name will be notifications. Yeah. So it's kind of like I chose the best icons, and I'm just like adding that in here. Okay. So yeah. And then after this, oh, by the way, for the notifications, we can change the text a little bit. For example, that explore the important notifications. Oh damn, come back here, the previous one, and update it. Yeah, great. Now after this notification, I think this time it's settings. Yeah, so for the settings we can use any icons again, so we don't have to import anything now. And here this will be settings, and like the control the app as per your preferences. Beautiful. Then at last we need another traceable, and I think this will be the last traceable, I mean last option. So no, we have some more because we need our privacy policy. Yeah, privacy and policy is very important when you're making an app. Okay, because the app store can ask you about this, that what's your privacy policy in the app. Okay, when you will like upload this app in app store, okay, they will ask you if you're not adding this, but if you're adding this, then fine, they will don't say anything. Otherwise they can like reject your submission. Yeah, that's it. Then at last we need our logout options, so we can copy this traceable again, and this time just log out. And here we are using that material icons again, and the icon name will be logout. And here the subtitle will be very simple, that logging out from your account. So here we go. But one small problem is happening here. Let me see. Yeah, we can do one thing. We can import our button from that use, what was that, I forget that. Okay, we can import it from use safe area insights. Yep, and this will be actually bottom, not bottom. Yeah, and then here we can write some interesting like styling, something like bottom plus 10. Now save it. All right. I just noticed an interesting thing in the light theme. Notice it's perfect, but in the dark theme it's not perfect. So is Android okay? No, that's not the case. It's really interesting why it's behaving something like this. For the dark theme, it's completely fine. In light theme, what is happening here? So we can say that if the theme dot dark is true, then not this one, and otherwise the vertical scale is 30 fine. But here let me add 50. Nothing is working. What the hell? No, it's working, but oh my god, it's taking so space. 80. I think 90 is perfect. Okay, notice it's looking beautiful right now. If it's perfect in Android, then just write logic for that too also. Okay, like if is iOS, then only just do this. Otherwise, like don't add extra padding bottom or margin bottom. Okay, yeah. So that's it. Our logout is also done. So right now we can make our logout work, because that's very simple to do. Okay, when someone will press this logout pressable, then we will call our logout handler. Okay, just copy this name, come back to this top, create here our logout handler, and inside here make it async at first, then await that secure store, something like this. So secure store dot delete item async our that access token. Okay, so delete our access token, then router dot push, then our that routes and onboarding. Fine. Now if we press this logout, here you go, logged out, right? And when I'm clicking next and suppose Google, continue this account, continue, and here you go. So logged in is done. And this warning is here. We can skip that with writing on simple things that they are saying this that cannot be like empty string. Okay, fine. So we can write this will work, but this is not a solution that if avatar is available then only show this, then even we don't need this one. But this will do one problem. Let me show you what will be the problem. So something like this, then notice, no, it's working, it's looking beautiful, no problem, because avatar will be definitely always there as it's coming from our cache. All right, it's really looking beautiful, I think. Yeah, what do you say? As per me, it's really looking beautiful. And here we have to work for the courses and resources one. So quickly finish the courses and resources one, then we will actually get we'll give focus in this like enroll courses, leaderboard, then tickets, support center, notifications, and the other things. Okay, so yeah, quickly let's do that. So I'm just closing the profile screen right now. I am just collapsing everything. In these screens, I am creating a new folder by giving name courses, and I'm creating the courses screen.tsx. Yeah, I am writing here rnfs and I'm making it something like this, courses screen. Yeah, do that same thing for the resources too. So resources and the resources screen.tsx. Yep, done. So that's it. Now let's come back to our the courses screen. So by the way, let me just come back to that app tabs and this courses index.ts, and here let's import our courses screen. Yeah, beautiful. Then this will actually show our courses screen here. Now at first let's import theme from our use theme. Then we need here actually our bottom bar tab height, what we will get from our this hook bottom bar tab height. We will get it from our React navigations and bottom tabs. Okay, for getting the bottom tab height. Yep. And then here we need right now on safe area view from React Native safe area context. We can use that also, no problem. Yeah, and then here the style will be flex 1. The background color will be if theme the dark, then our 131313, otherwise this white color. Now it will look beautiful. Yep. Then here this will show on scroll view from React Native and shows vertical scroll indicator. This will be false. Yep. And here we want to use status bar, import from React Native, and this time the bar styles will be right now dynamic. So if our theme is light, then dark content, do the opposite. Okay, otherwise light content. Fine, great. So you might be thinking, okay, fine, we don't need to do this, but actually no. Suppose I'm just not doing it, then notice in a light theme this is not available. Okay, so that's why we must have to do this. Then we can also see that in the dark theme too, the status by the top one. Yep, beautiful. And then After this, let's add our that course access screen, I mean the courses screen view with margin horizontal 20. Yeah, and inside here we need another view with some basic styling, something like flex direction row. Margin top will be window height 8. Now we can save it. Inside here we need on text as like our home screen, that popular our gradient text, that courses. So let me just copy this from our home screen. Yep, something like this one. And the padding left will be something like this. Yep. So popular courses. And why this padding top here? A lot of padding top. Margin horizontal. No, that's perfect. Okay, and this one, is it the issue? No, that's actually not the main issue here. Okay, we'll see this later, why that's not like looking perfect. Fine, that's not any issue. Then after this view, let's add our another view with some common styling, something like this. Then here we can add another view with some basic styling again. Okay, now here we have to add on text, something like this, as like our previous one meanings as like our home screen. I think we did some small mistakes. Let me see, I mean view mistake. Okay, yeah, because this view will be on self-closing view. Yep, now we can save it. Yeah, now it's looking beautiful. And then after this all view, we can again come back here and we can copy over this loading one. Yeah, because we don't have any data yet, that's why. And for the loading, we can for now make on state something like this, and when we will fetch data, then we will make it dynamic. And here we can also add that scale down loader. Okay, beautiful. But why it's taking so much space? It's interesting. So if we make it red, then let's see. Okay, that's not actually the issue. The issue is here, scroll view, that margin horizontal 20. All right, at last I found the problem why the space is here in this top. So we can do one thing for now, okay, for fixing this is very simple. Just come back in this scroll view, add here on style and write this margin top actually, yeah. And here we can say that vertical scale and minus suppose 20 or 40. Yeah, that's also perfect. Even 35 is also perfect. Yeah, so that's it. Right now notice it's looking better and beautiful. Yep, so that's about our courses screen. Right now we will move to this one, this resources one. So let's go back to our explorer here, and from this resources one, come back here. But we have to come back to our this tabs, resources and index.ts. Here we have to import the resources screen. Yeah, then we can save it, and now we can come back here in this resources screen. Here we also need our that theme. It's a normal thing, so import theme from our that context, and we need our tab bar height, bottom tab bar height, which we will get from use bottom tab bar height hook, and we will get this from our React navigation bottom tabs. So we can save it right now, and then here we can add on safe area view instead of simple view. So safe area view, import it from a React Native. Oops, safe area view actually. Yeah, not safe area view, base. Then style will be something like this, so we can save it now. Then here we can add on simple scroll view from React Native, and we can here also we can hide our that vertical scroll indicator. Yeah, then here we can add on view with style padding bottom, and we can say that bottom bar height and minus 20. It's a little bit different here. Okay, tab bar height and minus 20. Now here we can add flat list. We can import flat list from React Native, and data. In this data we can add some static data. Okay, so for example here it will be like the video lessons data, so we can come back here in our this configs, and here we can make export constant video lessons data. Okay, and this will be an array where we will just add our video URL, then our video, the thumbnail. Okay, the preview or thumbnail, we can say thumbnail, something like this one. Perfect. So I'm just quickly copying pasting it for like saving a little bit time. That's it, done. But actually we also need our video title here. That's also very important. So simply add here another new line with name, another new field with name, the title. Okay, video title. So I am quickly again adding this, so you can just like copy paste from it the source code. Okay, and that's it, done. So video lesson data is done. So here we can just simply import it from our configs and constants. Perfect. Then after this we need to add here our render items, so we will do that. Here we will receive item, and here we will use on callback, and we will return here our that source code card component. So we have to create it, we will do that, no problem, and we will send here this item. Yeah, then after this we can hide the vertical scroll indicator here too, that shows vertical scroll indicator false, and just with some like padding top, some styling. Okay, so import vertical style scale from React Native size matters, and now make this source code card component. Then our work will be done in here. So it's a very small screens, but it will look so bigger when it will like preview the data. Yeah, so in the components, let's create a new folder by giving them cards, then source code card. Okay, so just come back to our components folder, create cards. Inside here, source code card.tsx. So rnfs source code card, save it now. Here we have to write that card. Yeah, then we don't need any styling here, so we can just remove this style sheet and just receive this item here, and item type will be, so for the item type, something like this one. So just copy this, paste it in here, done. So that's it. And inside this source code card, at first use that our use theme from use theme, extract it. Then after this we need our simple handle press function, something like this. We need our web browser, so import web browser from Expo web browser, and then here we need on pressable instead of view, so import traceable from React Native, and import window width and window height from our themes app constants. Yep. Then here we need to add one view where styles will be styles dot card. So just copy this card, and for this card write some common stylings, for example something like this. And then in this card we have to write on background color. So if the theme dot dark is true, in that case the background color will be 3C43485C, otherwise this one, another color code. Yep. And here just add our image, import image from React Native. Then source will be item and that thumbnail. And here the styling will be width and height will be something like this. This is actually responsive size. So screen width -52 and -40 and multiply this one. So then this will like make on complete responsive image everywhere. Yeah, alongside with like all devices. Yep. So window width will be 10. I mean for the border radius we can make it something like this. So here we go. Or we can make it 5, I think. That's also not bad. Perfect. Then after this view, I mean image, let's add another view with some small styling. Then here we can add our item.title text. Okay, something like this. Then we will see the course, I mean the lessons title here. Okay, then here we can add another view. For adding I think some space, I did this, but I don't know, I think I did this just for adding some space. Yeah, so save it right now. This is fine, we don't need anything. Okay, fine. Now let me show you when I am just clicking here. Notice you might be thinking it's opening inside youtube.com. Okay, fine, but let's see. This is inside our Becodemy app. It's opening here, very good, but it's opening inside the Becodemy app. So that's about this web browser, which one I was talking about. You have to open that inside this app. You cannot redirect this to directly YouTube. It's not possible. Okay, if you do that, yeah, it's possible definitely. If you do that, then Apple App Store can like reject your submissions. Okay, so yeah, this is kind of like on the rules. So yeah, that's about our resources, courses, our home screen, and the profile one. So right now we will actually start to making these few screens like the enrolled courses, the leaderboard, the tickets, support centers, notifications, and settings. Then privacy policy is already available. Logout is already done. After making this everything, we'll just move to the that course details and course access screen. Okay, because after that we must need dynamic data. So for that, so actually we need our admin dashboard. Okay, so that's it. So we'll do that right now. All right, so right now we're going to starting our notification screen at first. Okay, so for making the notification screen, let's just go back to our screens folder, and in this folder create a new folder by giving name notification or something like this. Yeah, then notification dot screen dot tsx we can say. Yep, and here create our notification. Okay, by the way, we need styling here, so rnfs and notification screen. Yeah, we can save it right now. Perfect. So for the notification screen, at first add here our safe area view imported from React Native. then save it right now. Let's do one thing. Let's come back to our here. So if you then click here, then this will redirect us to the notification screen. So we can do that. That's very easy. So for example, we can go to our profile screen, and from here let's search for notifications. Yeah, here it is. So in this pressable, add one press. So if anyone press here, this will take us to the tabs. Sorry, not tabs. This will be actually routes. And oh, by the way, it's missing because we forget to add it. So come back in this routes and oops, I mean this layout.tsx. Yep, this is root layout.tsx. From here, just add our routes and our notification and index. By the way, we don't need to add it here also, because in here if we create a new folder with name notification, then that will automatically come that suggestion. Okay, notification, right? Yeah, notification index.tsx. So notification, perfect. Now come back here. Here we have to take our user to notification screen. Now if anyone press here, here you go, we're in the notification screen. Perfect. So just come back here in the notification screen. Now here at first we are going to distract our that theme from our use theme. Yeah, then here in this style we can add first flex 1, secondly background color. If the theme dot dark is true, in that case 101010, otherwise white. Yep. And then we need edges just for top, so it's not showing, right? Because when we want to use these edges, then that time we cannot import our safe area view from React Native. Okay, we have to import our safe area view from this React Native safe area context. Yeah, and this will be actually on string, something like this one. Then this will just show on edges here. Okay, the bottom edges will become right now. Perfect. All right, then after this, let's add on new view, and here style will be something like this, that overflow will be hidden, and we need some padding bottom. For example, vertical scale 1, just a little bit small, like padding bottom here. Yeah, and then here we can add one view with some interesting stylings. So why interesting? Because it's a lot of styling here. For just like saving a little bit time, I'm just like adding here. I mean, I'm copying it from the source code. Yeah, so what is this? This is like flex direction row align item center. This is we're adding here on height for dark theme 25, for light theme also 25. Oh really? Then why did I add this theme dot dark? We can make it something like this. Yeah, for dark theme 5, for light theme 0. Okay, here elevation. Yep, so this is for Android. This just work for Android. Okay, fine. Now let me just add here untraceable, and we can just add here our that back press options. Okay, so if anyone press here, this will go to the back screen. Okay, yeah, and here we want to use and design UI library, I mean provider, and icon name will be left, icon size will be something like 22. Yep, and the icon color will be, if our theme.dark is true, in that case white, otherwise this one. Yeah, so you can save it right now, and here you go. Perfect. And then after this, just on back text. Yep. So save it right now, and that's it. Then after this text, actually after this traceable, we can also add another text. Then it will look more beautiful, something like this. Then notifications, and this is the back button. It's really looking very beautiful in both theme, in light theme and also in dark theme. So I prefer always dark theme. Yep, it's looking really beautiful. So that's it. We can right now collapse this. Yeah. Now after this two view, we can start our main work with a scroll view, because notification screen will be definitely in scroll view. Yeah. And in scroll view we need some style, so we can write content container style, something like styles dot container. And for the background color, here we'll write that similar logic. If the theme is dark, then this one, which one we are always using, that 10100, and otherwise the white color. Yep. So that's it. Now let's add our styles container. So for the styling, I am quickly adding this so that we don't need a lot of time for the styling. Yeah, just here. Okay, we can save it right now, and now come back to our notification. And right now from here, write on logic if loader is true. So how we are getting loader, just come back here, make on use state hook loader and set loader. By default this will be for now true, so that we can see the skeleton. Yep. So if our loader is true, then there will be on notification loading skeleton, otherwise there will be on simple view. Yeah. So here we can add on style, where padding will be something like this, just 16 with scale. Yeah. And here we can add on just dummy array, for example 0 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, okay, like any number. And then here we can run on simple map. We can give here just on type, just any, and that index also, which will be also a number. Perfect. Now inside here we can add our Moti view from Moti. Then here we can add the transition, which type will be timing. Yep. And then we need to add some styling here, that flex direction row, gap 15, margin bottom, vertical scale, and 15. Yeah. And we need to write some CSS also for the animation. So animate, and that time the background color will be, if our theme.dark is true, then this one, otherwise this one. Perfect. That's it. Now we can actually add here our those skeleton one by one. So let's add our first skeleton, import from Moti skeleton. Yeah, Moti or Moti, I don't know. Then the color mode, here if the dark theme is true, then dark, otherwise light. By the way, theme.dark, okay, so this is like true false, so no, this will doesn't work, so we have to write it manually, that if it's true then dark, otherwise light. Yeah. Otherwise next one will be radius, so we want to make it round. Height, this will be 60, width 60. You might be thinking every time when I write height I used to use that vertical scale, but here why I'm writing a scale, or not only here, in few places I'm writing a scale. So because then this will give us a perfect that circle. Okay, when I'm using scale, perfect circle means the border radius will perfectly work. That's why. Yeah, so now let me save it, then you will see this magic. And by the way, I forget to add that key, so just here add our key, which will be index. Now notice, this is what I was talking about. It's really looking beautiful, right? Then after this skeleton, let's add another skeleton. And then here, if the color mode is for the color mode, if the theme the dark is true, then dark, otherwise light. The same logic here. And this time we don't need the round radius, we need just on height for 50, and we need width of 240. Now let me just save it, and here you go. It's looking so beautiful, right? Kind of like original notifications scaled on. Yeah, that's it. Then in this view right now, we can start working. So you can add here on scroll view, and here we can add that horizontal true. So true. We can add style like padding, we can say scale chain, and shows horizontal scroll indicator, this will be false. Perfect. And then after this, we have to use here touchable opacity. Okay, so what we're going to doing here right now, this is horizontal true, it means here we will show on like like scrollable filter options. Okay, by the way, right now this is, we're not in the loading true state, so let's come back here and this time make this loading to false so that we can work in this part. Yep, so this time this is on like scrollable horizontal options. Okay, and here we want to add some options, so we can do one thing, we can just for saving some time, we can add on touchable opacity and we can copy it. Okay, so just look at here, we are writing that for the CSS, that's just some padding with on background color, and here that active and set active, so we have to make this use state hook and come back here. This is like on simple toggle logic. Okay, how we actually make on like toggle related state or something like that. Active set active, initial value will be all. Okay, so that's why this will always show active for this all. Okay, for the first time. Yep. Now inside this touchable opacity, let's just add on text. Okay, something like this one. So we can save it right now, and here you go, it's looking so beautiful. Yep. So then we can just copy this one, this one, and we can paste it for again. Then we can write like another filter, something like this one. Yeah, so here then this time active is courses, then this same logic. Okay, just change this active equal to courses and set active courses, and then here will be also courses. Yep, so when I'm clicking courses, it's something like this. Beautiful. And so then this is similar like that. So let me just quickly add for the other filter options. Okay, and here you go, it's done. So all courses, resources, and that support center, it's looking really so beautiful. That's it, our this horizontal scroll view is also done. Now we can just go out from this scroll view, and even from this view also we can go out from this view. Then in that case we have to just cut this, we have to add here on fragment, and then after this view let's add our flat list. Okay, so flat list, and import it from React Native. By the way, for flat list we definitely must need here our notification data, which we don't have right now. Okay, so as we don't have dynamic data, so that's why right now we can just create on static data. Okay, for now. So just come back to our that configs folder again, and in this constants.tsx I already created that array, that notifications data. Okay, this is completely static. just for testing, we're just making it, okay, that notifications data. Fine, so we can copy that and we can come back here, and in this data we can paste it, that notifications data. Then after this we need on render item, right? So in render item we will actually call on function, we will do that. And for the key extractor, here we can receive item and we can say that item dot actually id, and that's already string. Yeah, so yeah, that's it. And right now let's copy this render item, come back to this top constant render item. Here we will receive the item, and then we will just return it. Here we will use swipeable from React Native gesture handler. Yep, so import swipeable from React Native gesture handler, and then in here we have to write our render right actions. Why? Because when someone will just like swipe our these notifications from the right side, then we want to show on delete button. So that's why we are just calling here our render right actions. Okay, yeah. Then in that case, traceable, and here the style will be styles dot delete button. Okay, yeah. And for the one press, we don't need to do anything right now because we don't want to delete notifications as it's static notifications data, that's why. And we need to add here on icons, so we are using this materially icons provider, and the icon name will be delete outline. Yep, and the size will be scale and 25, and the notification delete icon color will be white color. Yeah, that's it. So then after this, inside this swipeable, we can actually add on pressable, something like this. And here in the style we can add on array, something like styles dot notifications item, not icon, actually item. And then we can add here padding, for example something like this, padding vertical, which will be also vertical scale and 10. And then that background color, so if our item dot status, if it's unread, meanings the notification is status is unread, in that case the icon background color will be a little bit different. So for dark theme, the background color will be this one, 364385C. otherwise it will be F1 F1 F1. Okay, and here we need to write another logic, that theme dot dark is true. In that case, actually this one 101010, otherwise the white one. Yep. So here item dot status, it's if it's unread, then this logic. Okay, otherwise this logic. Yeah. So after this we can just yeah, we don't need any one press right now because we don't have anything to do right now at this static data. So now import image from React Native, and then here just add on source, where URI will be actually item.user.avatar, but currently we don't have any user data in this item. So for that's why we can do one thing here, we can use our that simple our own avatar. Okay, I mean that use user data from, as this is just for like testing, that's why. Yeah, so here we can add that avatar, and then width will be scale 50, height will be same 50, then border radius will be 100, then this will be actually like on rounded image. Then margin right will be vertical scale and 8. Yeah, That's it. We can save it right now. It will work. Pan gesture handler must be used as a okay. So we need a gesture handler root view. I forget to do that. So in this notification screen, okay, in this index.ts, in this routes and notifications, here we have to actually wrap this notification screen in our gesture handler root view. Okay, import it from React Native gesture handler. And here style will be something like this, that flex 1. Yeah, then we can paste out the notification screen here. Yeah, now come back here, and here you go. So source URI must not be empty. What the hell? Okay, let me see why the avatar is giving us empty. Okay, so we can write on logic here simply that only show this when the avatar is available. Then yeah, it's so interesting that, oh sorry, this will be border radius. That's why I was thinking what the hell is happening. Okay, now it's perfect. Great. And after this image, then here we can add another view. Then style will be actually one width, like scale 265, and here we can add on text, where style will be our styles dot notification text, and then the font weight will be 500. Secondly, font family, which will be our Poppins 500 medium. Then font size, which will be font sizes dot font 18 actually. Yeah, that's it. And text color will be, if the theme dot dark is true, then white, otherwise black. Perfect. And inside here we can add our that item dot title for now. So save it right now, and here you go. It's looking beautiful. After this, add our another text with styling, something like this, very simple common styling. Yeah, and here we will add our item dot message. Perfect. Then after this, let me show you the side one. Notice when I'm sliding it, it's already showing that right, that delete icon. Yeah, perfect. And then after this text, we can add another text, and we can add some styling, for example this one. And then in here, for now, just write like static, okay, because we don't have any real date, so it will doesn't work. Yeah, so just something like this, 1 day ago, not 1 days ago. Okay, fine, 2 days ago we can write. Yep. So that's it. This was just for, like, testing. If you want, you can also implement right side swiper. If you want to add anything, then you have to add here render left, not right. This is left side and this is right side. Yeah, so then you can add here render left actions, and then you can like also add that swipe left options. Okay, you can also do that. So that's it. This is really looking very beautiful. Right now we can just come back to our profile screen again, and as the notification screen is done, right now we will start work for the settings. For the privacy policy is already done, so we will just add here on link. Then we will start work for the settings, then for the support center and my tickets. Okay, and enrolled courses and the course leaderboard, it's also completely dynamic thing, and it's already done. So how it's done, let me show you, because in the enrolled courses we will add this same like the card. Okay, so just there will be just on header on the top that enrolled courses, and then the all enrolled courses. That's it. And course leaderboard is little bit different, but without any data we cannot make that. And my ticket and support center, we will do that in this today's video. Okay, so that's it. So right now let's start working in here. First add on link for the privacy and policy, then start working for the settings, and then support center and my tickets and notification already done. All right, so let's start it. So let me just close the files. All right. So simply let's open this profile screen from here, and from here the privacy policy, where's that? Okay, that's in here. So in this privacy policy, we can actually add one press, and we can say that when someone will press here, we will use the linking from React Native, then we will call the open URL method, and here we will redirect our user to one privacy policy URL. For example, in this case, I want to redirect the user to our Becodemy privacy policy URL. Okay, something like this. Now let me show you when I'll place this privacy and policy. Oh no, this is an issue. Let me tell you what's the issue. The issue is that it's opening the URL inside another browser, right? When I'm clicking it, it's opening inside Safari. So we cannot do this when we're making mobile app, what we want to publish for App Store, like Play Store. We have to open it inside our app. So what then we can do? Very simple. Let me show you what can we do. Just add here async, and from here we need this URL actually, so we can just cut this from here, just write await and web browser. So import our that web browser, and then that open browser async, and here we can add our that URL. Okay, now import the web browser from our Expo web browser, so something like this one. Perfect. Now when I'll click this privacy policy, it's opening inside Becodemy. Notice, sorry, it's opening inside our mobile app, I meant. Yeah, something like this one. Notice, just this is opening inside our mobile app, not inside Safari. Okay, yeah, it's using actually Safari, but that's inside our app. It's not going to other browser. Perfect. That's it. So our privacy policy work is done, our logout work is done. Right now we can actually start working for the settings. Yeah, so here we can add one press, and if anyone just press here, then we want to take our user to the actually settings routes. Okay, so we have to create the settings route. So let me just come back here in this app, in this routes, create our settings. So settings, yeah, and on index.tsx rnfs, not rnfs, just rnf. Yeah, index is fine, no problem. We can save it right now. We can come back here and route/settings, so we can save it right now. Right now if I press here, this is taking us to the settings screen. So we have to right now start working for the settings screen. It's a very simple screen, not that much big screen. So just create a new folder inside this settings, inside this screens folder. Name will be settings, something like this one. Yeah, and settings.screen.tsx rnfs settings screen. All right, so save it right now, and here call our the settings screen. Yep, and then just come back here. All right, so in this settings screen, start to work right now. So settings screen, perfect. So here at first we need our the use theme actually from our theme context. So use theme, and distract here few things, our that theme and the actually toggle theme. Yeah, then we need here like some states, which is very important. So for now I'm just copying pasting, as this is very simple. Just 3 and 4 few use state. What is this? This is the course updates, then support tickets response, group messages. We don't need any group messages because we're not making any feature like that. So instead of that, we can add here latest updates. Okay, that's fine. The settings screen will be really like smaller screen, okay, because we don't need that much settings options for the user, just like few settings. That's good enough for us. Yeah, So just 1, 2, 3 and 4 settings option will be here available here. Yeah, so that's it. But we have to use here. At first we have to just use here an use effect snippet hook, and we have to check our like sessions. Okay, sessions meanings this like course updates and the support tickets, what the user actually setting up the preferences. Okay, so here we can just create an function, something like check for preferences, the user preferences. So preferences, I think I did a spelling mistake. Yeah, preferences, confusing a spelling. Yeah, now correct. So async, and then here we can write our course updates. So course updates, here we will call our async storage, then we will just call the get item, and the course updates. Perfect. Then we need another one for the support ticket response. Okay, so it means that you can actually control the notifications from the settings screen. Okay, if you don't want any course updated notifications, then you can just like turn off this. Okay, course updates actually, yeah, or any support ticket response, then you can also turn off this from these settings. Then same for the latest updates, you can just turn off this. Perfect. And then actually here we will write on logic that if course updates or that support ticket response or that actually our latest updates, then set courses updates will be if courses updates is true. Okay, this is because in async storage we cannot add any boolean, so we're adding actually string. We're adding actually string, so that's why we're adding this logic that if the course updates equals to true, then true, otherwise false, definitely. Yeah, perfect. Then for the support ticket response, same thing we have to do here, that if our support ticket response, I mean this one actually, support ticket response is equals to true, then true, otherwise false. Perfect. And for the last one, we can also like just copy paste that here. Yep, set latest updates, and latest updates if it's true, then true, otherwise false. So this is for the by default one. And if there's no items available in the async storage, so by default this all items will be true. Okay, by default for the first time, when the user is coming for the first time, we will make the all like preferences true. Okay, user will receive the course update, support ticket response, and the latest update also. So by default the user will get notifications from like everywhere. Okay, and then if you want to like control it, he can come to settings and then he can control the notifications, like control features. Yeah, he can then control the notifications. Okay, so set course updates, set ticket response updates, and set actually our latest updates. Yep, so we have to make it true, and then at last call this function that check for preferences. Perfect, that's it. So then here also we need to make another function which will be for update preferences. Okay, when someone want to update the preferences, then we will call this one. Okay, and here we will send what we want to update. So then we will actually like do some work here. Let me just like copy paste it, as this is very similar type of logic, that's why. So what is this actually? If the e means this one, which one we are sending in the parameter, if that is course updates, then we are making the set course updates to opposite, and we are also like getting the value, and we are just adding that the opposite one. Okay, here just we are adding that to string format. Okay, as in async storage we cannot add any boolean. Yeah, that's it. And then here in this view we can add on safe area view from actually our React Native safe area context. Yeah, we can add that in here also. And then here we can add on edges, the top edges. Yeah, Then here we can add on style. For example, this one, so we can save it right now. And then here we can add on status bar, something like this. So import status bar from React Native. So if the theme.dark is false, in that case dark content, otherwise light content. Yeah, so we can just control the status bar. After that, here we need on view, a very big view with lot of stylings. So this is for the, like, you know, the by default like styling. Okay, so here we're just adding some height with some background color, with some padding horizontal, padding bottom, we're adding on shadow, then like some shadow opacity, shadow offset. Then for Android we're adding this elevation. Okay, yeah. Why? Because it's also as like the previous one, that what we did for the previous options, that like go back options. Okay, so pressable, and this will actually take us to the previous screen. Okay, this is for the going back options. That, yep. So right now notice something like this. Yeah. And then here we can add our that previous one, what we did for the previous screen, for the notification one, that same things, that text. Yeah. And then after this we can add that similar thing. We can also like totally copy paste it from the previous one, and we can just change this text. Okay, otherwise everything will be completely similar. Now we can collapse it. So here we can write and comment also that header item. Okay, yeah. And right now let's come back to our main work. So here let's add on scroll view from React Native with just some basics styling, something like this one, with on text, that push notifications. Okay, we have to create some stylings, so let me just quickly do that in here inside this styles, something like this. So very simple styling here. Yeah. After the push notification, let's add on view. Okay, because this is just on like something like, you know, h1 or something like that, or the title related text. Okay, yeah. And here we need this few things. So we need on switch, imported from React Native. Now let me just save it. Then here you go. So this is the course update notifications. If I set it to true, then every time this will like give us notification for the course updates. Okay, and here notice we're calling the update preferences, and we're sending these course updates. That's it. And right now it's very simple. We can copy paste one by one like this, and we can add it in here. And instead of the course update, we can make it support ticket responses, and in the value we can add the support ticket response. And for the preferences, update preferences, we can call support ticket response. Same thing, right? We can again copy this one, and we can add this time for the our actually latest updates. Yeah, so something like this. Then here this will be our latest updates, and the on change value, on value change will be, I mean, in this here we will send this latest updates props. Perfect. That's it. Now this work is done, so we can just collapse this everything for now. Yeah. Now after this we can create another view, okay, with a little bit different. This time this view is like styling will be styles dot settings section, and here we can add our that previous this title. Okay, and this time this will be appearance. Okay, it means you can control the like theme also from here, the app theme. Okay, and here we can use this same view again, as this is also an options. So here just add something like this, that app theme. Okay, now notice it's changing the app theme. So that's it. That's about settings. I really don't know what we can add more in the settings screens. If you have any idea, then please let me know, because I am really not finding out any items what I can add in the settings screen. Okay, So I just found these few options which is important and useful. So that's why I just added these few options in the settings screen. Okay. Now if we click this go back, wait, why it's not working? Go back. Icon, where's the icon? Yeah, router.back. What is the issue here? Okay, yeah, it's working. So now notice it's working. Okay, when I'm clicking the text, it's not working. I did small mistake. The pressable should be end here. Yeah. Now notice. Perfect. All right. So our privacy policy settings notification done. Now we have to start work for the support center. So that's a very beautiful screen and also kind of like bigger screen than all the other screens. Okay. So let's start that. That's really interesting screen. I gave so much time for that, for the designing part especially. But we'll quickly finish that also. So support center, create a new screen here by giving name support center, and here create our support center screen.jsx, and then we can make that support center screen. That's it. Now come back to our app routes and that support center routes. Here let's make on index.ts or tsx actually, TypeScript and XML. Yeah, then we can write simple React Native function RNF, and here we can call our support center screen, and we can delete this view and text. Save it now, and in the app profile screen, come back here for the settings. This is our notifications, that's also done. So we can come back the previous one, this one, support center. Yeah, and so here we can add one press. When someone will press here, we'll take the user to our routes and support center. That's it. So support center. Perfect. Now come back to our support center screen. All right, so it's a bigger screen as I already said before. Just import use theme from our the context. Yeah, and now here we need like some state. Okay, so I'm just copying pasting the few use state hooks like open set open, ticket title and set ticket title, ticket description, set ticket descriptions, and the loader and set loader. Okay, and then after that, instead of view, we need to add here on scroll view from React Native. Then here let's add on style, where we need on flex one and background color, something like this one. All right, and as always we can also copy paste from our the previous screen that header options. Okay, that top header. So let me just do this, as that is completely same things, completely same. Yeah, so just collapse it, add here and comment that header options. Yeah, now import a vertical scale from React Native size matters, scale from React Native size matters, pressable from React Native, and router.back, so router from Expo router, and design from Expo vector icons. And we need here some actually SVGs. Okay, this time we're going to use SVG here. So for now, just let me save it. Oh no, this is not the header. Damn, I did mistake. Okay, fine. As I already did this, so let me explain you what did I do here. So first of all, just look at here. This is height 300 VH with a background color. Like this is the background color for the light and dark theme. Let me show you the light theme one. For the support center, we're using this color. Okay. And that's it. Then on pressable, we just on router.back with this icon. Okay. And here we need 3 images or 3 SVGs. Okay. Here like some 3 characters. So let's import that. And for that, actually, you will get that inside the source code, that SVG. Okay. SVG image. So just inside this assets folder, SVGs. Okay, it's already available. So if you already copied the assets folder or downloaded the assets folder, then you will already get that inside here. Okay, notice it's already available here. Perfect. So in that case, we can just import it. For example, something like this one, that support banner 1 from our assets, SVG and support center, and that 1. And 2, 3 also totally like the similar. Just 2 and 3. Yeah. Then we can uncomment these 3 SVGs from here. And here you go. It's looking so beautiful. You might be thinking, why did I use here SVGs? Because SVG has really a very good quality. Okay. For example, this is not on simple image. This is completely on SVG, what I transferred from like on image to code. Okay. This is, and how can you do that? Let me show you that website also, which one I always use for making any SVG, and that is SVG, yeah, SVG viewer. So from here you can add your SVG, any SVG image, and then you can make it for React Native, React, or PNG, or data URI. You can do whatever you want. Okay, just go to this website. Even you can just add these like icons, for example this one or this one, like anything, whatever you want. You can search for SVGs from here, then you can just get that React Native code too. Okay, that's it. So after this, what we have to do right now, as this view is done, so we can just collapse this, and this is not header options. We can delete these comments actually. Yeah, add here another view with on style of padding 20, something like this. Add on text with some beautiful styling, that our, if the theme dot dark is true, then white color, otherwise black color. Text align will be center. Font size will be 30, very bigger font size. Font family will be 600 semi-bold. And what will be the content? The content will be this, that tell us how can we help. Okay, that's it. And then we can add another text as on subtitle, that we are always available to provide you with the best services we can. Same styling, just change the font size and font family. Perfect. Then after this, I think this is looking really so beautiful, this UI. And I did really so much hard work for like getting those images also, and for thinking about the design. Yeah. And I'm also not any professional designer, so for me this is really like really good. And I know if you're a professional designer, then you can make more better than me. All right, for the height, if the device does not have any notch, in that case vertical scale will be, I mean height will be vertical scale 65. So vertical scale is actually kind of like a number. Let me show you what is this actually. We're using it a lot. So this is, they are using here some, let me show you the library. So React Native size matters. In the lib, in the extend with index.js, no, this is the gist folder, I think. Extend, okay, so they are just uploading here gist folder, that's why you cannot see this. Okay, fine, no problem. But this is just this will receive on number, size, and it will like make that number responsive for any type of screen. Okay, like smaller or bigger screen, or even like for iPad or like tablet. Okay, so that's the power of this vertical scale. And vertical scale means top bottom. We are just we're targeting the top bottom. Scale means left side. Okay, that x axis. Yep, I mean the horizontal. And vertical means this one. I think you know this, what is vertical and what is horizontal. Yeah. And here for the iPad, I noticed it has some issue. So that's why I changed some logic here, that for iPad, it will take 80. Otherwise, it will take 62. That's it. For the background color, if the theme.dark is true, then interesting, very big background color code, something like this. Otherwise, this color code. Perfect. Now border radius. So here scale 10, on shadow opacity 0.1, on shadow color, which will be unique a little bit like this, and then shadow radius, padding, margin top, and some gap with flex direction row. Yeah. And here we can save it right now, and here we can add icon 1 from our assets, and that a onboarding one. Yeah, so this is the icon. It's looking so beautiful. After this, we can add one view with on text, that chat. So from here you can actually do communications with us through chat. Okay. Yeah, then second one will be that on subtitle, I mean after this chat, that start a conversation. Now it's really looking, I think, beautiful. And I think, okay, I already updated the font. Notice this is 22 and this is 20, and also the font family a little bit like down. Okay, so I think this is good enough. If you want to change or modify anything, then you can definitely do that. It's completely up to you. All right, and now we can copy paste the same traceable, this traceable, and again, then we will get something like this. And let's import icon 2, and here we can just comment this on press. Here we will add on FAQ screen that find intelligence answers instantly. Okay, something like this. Yeah, and this is the second one, icon, or sorry, image. This is actually image. We're writing here icon 2, but notice this busy, this is on image. Yeah, and it's looking beautiful, I think. Yep, so after this pressable, just add our last one, kind of like the similar one, and this is the icon 3, and this time this will actually open our email. So linking, and we can right now use linking, not open URL, and this will directly go to our email. Notice, oops, something is wrong. Linking dot open URL. Okay, it will work, but just let me save it. Source URI should not be empty. Okay, we added in mail here. Okay, it will work. Just give a reload. Come back here in this, not settings, in this support center, email. Oh, by the way, I just remembered that it was not working inside simulator. I really don't know why it was not working inside simulator, but in personal device it's completely perfectly working, okay, without any problem, but not working in simulator. I think the linking open URL, this will actually open the email app, and inside simulator I think that's not available. So I really don't know why it's not working in simulator. I think that's the case, that inside simulator the email app is not available. That's why it's like not opening it. Yeah, otherwise it's done. I think it's looking really so beautiful, the support center screen design. Let me know in the comment sections, how is this? Yeah, so that's it. And then right now start a conversation. So when you want to start a conversations, in that case we want to open on model. Okay, and this is interesting. This is an interesting logic. Let me explain you. So start a conversation now. Here, when you have an open ticket, again try to understand, when you have an open ticket, you cannot create a new conversation. Okay, when you will click here, it will take you to the ticket messages, okay, that open ticket one. And when you don't have any open ticket, that time you can create on conversations for the support. Okay, you can create on ticket or something like that. So here right now, let's write that logic that if open is true, in that case, we want to open on model. Import model from React Native. And here we can add that animation type like fade, transparent like true. We're going to make the background transparent, visible only when the open state is true. In that case, on request close, that time make our set open to false. Perfect. And here we can add right now on pressable, something like this one with style flex one, and on press will make the state false. Yeah. And here we can add on blur view, okay, because we want on blur background. So import blur view from Expo blur. And here inside the blur view, we need another pressable. Why I am adding something like this? So that when someone will press outside of the model, let me show you. When I'm pressing this chat, notice, okay, nothing is working because we have to add here on press. Okay, we will do that. But just let me quickly add here one text, then I can show you what I wanted, what I'm trying to do. Okay, so this is the text with some like basic styling. Yeah. Then come back here in the first one. Here add one press. Okay, for now, just for now, make our set open true. This will be definitely not like this because we want to add here on function which will actually validate the ticket status. Okay, if the user already have any open ticket, it will don't create any ticket, or it will don't show the model also. Okay, yeah, but for now it's fine. Now save it, and now notice this is the model, and when I'm clicking this dark side, it's not closing the model. When I'm clicking outside in the blur view, gone. So that's it. It's really looking beautiful. And here let's add another view with the text that ticket title. What will be your ticket title? So something like this. Here I want to add on text input with some basic styling, something like this. Text input from React Native with placeholder that I'm encountering this problem. Okay, you can just explain about the problem, something like this. And then after that, we need our ticket description. So it will be also similar like the ticket title, but a little bit different, because for the descriptions here, notice in the text input we're adding multi-line true and number of lines 6. So this will be kind of like on text area. Okay, inside React Native we don't have any text area, but we can make our text input as like on text area. Okay, that's it. Even if I paste it, notice it's just here. So that's it. And then after this, what we need on submit button, right? So for the submit button, we can use here untouchable opacity. Okay, something like this one. So here import our touchable opacity from React Native at first, and then ticket create handler, we can just for now like turn off that because we don't want to create any ticket right now. And activity indicator. So let me explain you what is happening here. When we will press this create, it will actually show an activity indicator. For example, let me make this loader false, then we will see that. Notice when the ticket is creating, that time it will show loader, and after finishing that creation, it will just close the model. It will redirect you to the ticket, like the messaging screen. Okay, the chatting screen. That's it. I think this screen is really looking beautiful right now. Why I want to don't create that ticket right now, because when I will create ticket from the admin dashboard, we can like also add reply to the tickets. Okay, or from the like admin account, the admin can add reply. Admin account from this app, they can also add reply. So as right now we don't have, that's why we don't want to do it. In the next part, when we'll do the admin dashboard, then we will finish this everything. Okay, That's it. In this part, we're just focusing in the like designing parts, and we're just like making the everything, like we're like making on structure for our this full project. Okay, and then in the next part we will do the all like technological part, for example the push notification setup, or even the in-app purchase or the admin dashboard, and this like other dynamic things. Okay, even how can you add quizzes from admin dashboard inside the course access screen. That's it. And from here we can finish the FAQ screen too. That's very simple screen, and really that very simple screen. So let me just finish that too, and we don't need these styles here actually. Yeah, so for the FAQ in this screens, create a folder by giving name FAQ. Okay, and create here FAQ screen.tsx. Inside here let's create an RNFS and FAQ screen. Yeah, we can make it all capital. This will be more good. We need here theme from use theme, and then after that we can add here our active question and set active question state by default, which will be null. Okay, and we need on function for toggling the question, so toggle question, something like this. And here let's start to work. So first we need on view. Let's connect this FAQ screen. So for in that case, in this routes, create our FAQ and that index.tsx and React Native function. And from this return we can call our FAQ screen. Yeah, we can save it now. Perfect. So from here, from the support center, from FAQs, let's come back here for the second screen. I mean from the second traceable, we can just turn one this, I mean we can remove the comment, we can just make on press something like this. Yeah, that's it. And when I'm pressing this FAQ, it's taking me to the FAQ screen, which is fine. Yeah, here we need to add on linear gradient right now from Expo linear gradient, something like this one. And height will be like vertical screen 200, and bottom left radius 35, right radius 35, overflow will be hidden. Yeah, and here I want to add that traceable again, that go back button. Okay, so something like this, import the traceable from React Native. Yeah, so as like this back button. Yeah, then after this add our text, that FAQs, import font sizes. Oops, come back here. Yeah, FAQ is perfect, it's looking beautiful. After this let's add our icon 4, save it now, and yeah, here you go. It's also I think looking very beautiful. After this linear gradient we can add on view with basic padding of 20, and then we can add another view. Inside here we can add on search icon from and design. Yeah, and we can add on like text input where you can search about any FAQ. Okay, something like this one, search for topics. And then after that, after this view we can create another view with that padding again. Here this time this will be 10, and then we need on flat list, import flat list from React Native. For the data, this will be our FAQ data. So let's create our FAQ data inside our that configs folder, inside our constants file. So here, now for the FAQ data, I am just copying this because as it's static data, something like this: ID, question, answer. You can add it, and we can also make it dynamic. Okay, if you want, that's very easy. Just add an option in the admin dashboard, and I'll try to do my best to show you that how can you do that in the next part when I will show the admin dashboard. Then render item. Here, add that item, and inside here add our view. Then for the view, we need on key. Then we need style, which will be something like this one. And after that, we need our another view alongside with on text, that item dot question. Okay, so this is the view, that style, flex direction rows, justify content space between. This is the text with that item dot question with some styling. We can save it right now. After this, we need actually another view for that pressable button options. Yeah, so for the pressable, for the toggle button, we can add something like this one. Oops, this will be inside the view. Yeah, I mean inside this view. All right, let me see. So active questions, if it's matching with item.id, and in that case, just show us our answer. Save it now. Now when I'm clicking, it's showing the answer, but the issue is that what arrow is not in the correct position. So let's see why it's not in the correct position. Alright, so I found the issue. The issue was in here in the 94 number line. This will be actually padding top, not padding. Okay, right now notice it's perfect, right? It's looking really perfect. So that's it. That's about our FAQ screen. It's looking perfect now. We can come back here, and this email is already done, and chat is also done for now. So that's about our support center screen. I hope it's beautiful and you enjoyed it. So right now we want to start our this my ticket screen. Okay, it's also completely like not that much, it's also like not possible to make without dynamic data, but we will do how much possible. Okay, like the few things, because without like the message data, how can we show the ticket response or something like that, right? But don't worry, just create on screen and we will do that like right now. Okay, and then leaderboard and enrolled courses, we'll do that in the next part. Okay, so we can just close these all screens and we can start our my ticket screen right now. All right, so come back in this app folder, in this routes, create our my tickets routes. Yeah, and we can create on index.tsx, rnf, my tickets. Okay, we can save it, come back in these screens, do that same things what we always do, that my tickets, and my tickets screen.tsx, and my tickets screen. So copy this name, come back here, add here our my ticket screen, import from screens, save it right now, and here we go. Okay, so just add the click event, add on press for the my ticket. So go back our profile screen again. From here, this is the my tickets. Yep, here you go. Add on press, and just add on router dot push, call our routes and my tickets. That's it. Save it right now. Perfect. So my tickets, and here you go. We're inside this my ticket screen right now. In this view, what we always do that same thing, and we need to import that theme from our use theme. Yeah, something like this. Perfect. Then in this screen, actually, we need our own header. Okay. I mean, as like our previous that support center screen one. Okay, similar like those screens. So we can just like do on copy paste, and we can just change these few things, that icon 6 instead of like the other previous one, that FAQ, or the like the support center, we can change it to my tickets. Then font sizes, import this everything from React Native size matters, and design from React Native vector icons, router from Expo router, and traceable from React Native. Save it now, and here you go. It's looking really beautiful. Then after this view, we can add on scroll view from React Native, and the styling will be something like this. Yep. Now we can save it, and here for now, just as we don't have any data, dynamic data, we can add on traceable, something like this one. We can save it. Inside here we can add on text. In the text we can write on like static value, for example ticket title. So we can say that, what we can say, suppose like payment method is not working, or like any inquiry or related, like this is the like ticket title. Yeah. After this we will add another text, but this time it's very important, and this is like a little bit different. So what is this here? I added something like on logic, that if the item.status, so item, we don't have any item right now because we don't have dynamic data. So when it's pending, then it will show something different color, and when it's not pending, it will show something like this one. Okay, I mean for the closed one, for the ticket status closed, it will show green, and for the ticket status pending, it will show white. So for just right now, I can make on use state with name status. Okay, just for the testing purpose, that status and set status. Okay, here we can just write that pending. Yeah, now notice this is actually pending. So when the status is not pending, okay, but yeah, inside here we have to add our that status. So pending, something is wrong here, that it's coming here, which is completely wrong. So let me just think about this. Okay, got it. Here we must have to write on width, that scale, suppose 190. Let's add on background color to see where the width is going. Okay, 190 is smaller, we can make it 210, and also 20. Yeah, that's fine. 25, how much? Okay, I just want it to go to the previous line. Okay, still it's not going to 25 to 40. Okay, it will. Okay, so to 20 is the correct one. Yeah, and we can remove this background color right now. Perfect. And I think we should make it center, the line items. Yeah, that's it. This is pending, that's why it's showing something like this. But if it's not pending, it means if the status is that closed, in that case it will show something like this. Perfect. So right now I'm just writing something like this, and here payment method is not working. Okay, fine, this is that ticket title. Okay, if anyone press here, this will go to the like the chatting screen, but right now it's not possible to make. That's it. So that's it. Right now if we click here, it will doesn't work because we have to start working for the admin dashboard right now. So my tickets done, support center done, Notifications done. What is this? Is virtualizations list. Never nested inside plain scroll views within same orientations because it can break the windows and other functionality. Use another virtualized backend container instead component stack. Okay. Let me see. What did I do in the notification screen? It's unusual. Okay, scroll view. On scroll view inside. Okay, so the flat list inside scroll view. I think this is the issue. We don't need to add here scroll view. I don't know why I added here scroll view. It's interesting. Okay, let me add here view. It will don't do any problem, okay, in the production, but this is not a best practice. Okay, they're like giving us warning because it can really do some problems. So add here view. Let me explain what was the issue. So actually here right now, if I give on reload, then this will don't give us that same warning also. Suppose I am going to the notification screen, notice no warning. So actually in flat list, it always provide us scroll view. So that's why we're adding on scroll view inside another scroll view. So that's why it was just giving us an error that it can break the window. That's why they were suggesting us to delete the scroll view, and as this flat list is already providing us scroll view, that's why. Okay, so this is also scrollable. Notice nothing changed. Yeah, that's it. And you might be thinking the types error here. Okay, yeah, it's giving on types error because let me just write any, that then this will be done. But why I didn't add the exact type here, the correct one? Because right now we are adding here static data, and the dynamic data type will be not completely similar as like this one. So that's why I didn't add the type. Okay, we will add this when we will have the dynamic data. Instead of this any, we will change the original type. Okay, that's it for this part. I think we did a lot of works, and in the next part we will actually finish the everything. And here also that same error again, that we cannot use on flat list inside on scroll view. It can do some problem. So we can come back to our tabs, resources, index.tsx, this resources screen. Yeah, we can delete this scroll view. Yeah, we can directly delete it and just save it. Now notice no error. Still it's like scrollable. Everything is fine. Even reload. And notice everything is completely fine. But one thing I just noticed, and that is inside here, the first initial stage, when we are giving on load in our app, it's calling our index, right? Okay, so when the loading is true, it's showing this one. Originally, what did we do for the production app? Let me see. Okay, I did the same thing for the production app too, but this is a mistake. We cannot do this. Let me show you an interesting thing right now. Instead of white, it will show right now a red. So import view from React Native, red style, flex 1, and background color red. Notice red. Okay, no, then it was not that part actually. It was here somewhere else, the layout one, but no. Okay, so if you go to our app.json, okay, so this is the background color. All right, so I found a problem here. Actually, instead of this white, we have to change the background color to a bluish color, something like this one. Now notice when I will give reload, it's not working, right? Because we have to give on another build. As we updated inside app.json, we have to give another development build, then it will fix the problem. Okay, so this is on blue background color, so this will match with the splash screen. Yeah, perfect. So that's about our today's part. In the next part, we're going to do a lot of work. So just hit the subscribe button and follow me in Instagram and like in Twitter. Then you will get all of the updates about me, that what I am doing right now, then like the all updates about all the projects what I always do. Okay, just go to Instagram or Twitter or X, then just follow me there. Okay, that's it guys. This was the first part. I hope you enjoyed it. And if you want to learn more about mobile app development, because it's really huge, learning mobile app development, it's not very simple. You have to know a lot of things if you want to become an expert, or if you want to do like professional work, kind of like on job or something like that, then you have to know a lot of things. So you will don't find out that much tutorial also on YouTube. Even if you are finding out it, then it's from a lot of resources. So you can definitely purchase the course. You will learn really a lot of hidden tricks and like from my personal experience and everything. Okay, so that's it. That's for today's video. Take care of yourself. I will upload the second part within the next 2 weeks. So that's it. Till then, take care and bye bye.